Hello, everyone. Oh, look at us all waving. It's so cute. Welcome to TBRathon Weekend Sprints. This is the first round. I'll be hosting them every Saturday. So first of all, thank you everyone on screen and those in the comments for joining us. Everyone who is on screen right now are amazing booktubers. They all should be linked below as well. So before we even get started, maybe take some time for those in the comments who don't know anyone to make sure you subscribe to all of them immediately. They'll all introduce themselves, but also why even take the risk of forgetting? Subscribe to them now, and then you can learn about who they are. We'll go around in a circle. Let us know who you are, what's your booktube name, and what are you reading today? And also, if you are doing one of the prompts for any of the boards, let us know which board you're doing as well. So Nicole, let's start with you.
Hi, I'm Nicole. I'm from Dusty Book Sniffers. I do all the booktube things. I'll just leave it at that. It's just easier that way. I do sprints 3 days a week, and I am reading 2 books today. I'm reading Wheel of Time book 13, which is a buddy read off the bingo board, and a book that it intimidates you that's been on my shelf for a while and is over 400 pages is The Passage. 2 very different books, but this one only has about 100 pages left and I'll be done, and then I can get right into this one. So, yeah.
Woo-hoo. 2 different books, but 2 very chunky books, which you have never turned away from.
Between the 2 of them, I think about 10 pages shy of 2,000 pages.
Oh my gosh! You slapped my hand in my mouth.
I like the chunky book. So, yeah.
Katie, what are you reading? And also introduce yourself.
Hi, everyone. I am Katie. My username is I Would Rather Be Reading. On my channel, I'm still kind of a newbie, so I'm figuring things out and kind of getting into a routine, but I do sprint twice a week. And I'm currently reading, I'm about to start. I haven't started it yet, but I'm reading Funny Story by Emily Henry. And I need to pick a new audiobook, so I don't know yet what I'll read there. And I'm doing the bingo board, and I'm going to try and do a blackout board so I fill every space. But to challenge myself, they have to be all different books. And so I've finished 4 books so far, and we'll see where it goes. I mean, it's chaotic, it's ambitious, but that's kind of how I live my life. It's messy.
Yeah, what can you say? You live life on the edge here on BookTube. Sure. And then Julie, introduce yourself. What are you reading?
Yeah, so my name is Julie. My username is Keep Calm with Books and Coffee. I also do a little bit of everything on BookTube, so it's a little bit of variety in my videos. I'm currently reading Discount Armageddon for the cryptid prompt on the map. And then I'm also listening to an audiobook, but it's like a project audiobook. So I'm not going to tell, it's going to be a mystery.
Ooh. Oh, we've got chaos, we've got mystery, we've got Nicole, who's just insane and reading chunky books. Brooklyn, what are you bringing to the table today?
Well, my name is Brooklyn. I'm from Brooklyn Reads, and I kind of do a little bit of everything as well. And I kind of do like more spontaneous sprints because my schedule is always all over the place. So you kind of just see me here and there doing sprints. But I'm reading today Fragile Threads of Power for my go-to genre, and also Twisted Lies, which is a green covered book, which I actually cannot find in my house right now. So that's my first mission for the day, to find the book. I have lost it somehow. But yes, I'm kind of trying to finish the audiobook for Fragile Threads of Power and then get on to an actual physical book, my first one for the month. So I'm excited. Be good.
I didn't even think about this, but 3 out of the 5 of us are currently like working on the bingo boards. And I was like, why did I choose the trail map? I should have had the bingo board up. But aren't you doing, Julie, did you do the trail map, I thought?
Yep.
Okay,
yep.
So we're basically we're doing this for Julie tonight. The background is dedicated to Julie. Also, everyone's wearing merch, which I really appreciate. Woohoo! And I love that Katie and Julie are matching as far as the design. Nicole and Brooklyn are matching as far as the design. And then I just happen to be wearing the mystery version one. For those of you who are interested, all 4 of these lovely people supported the American Library Association by buying this. So I do appreciate you all like millions of times. Like literally go subscribe to them all because they just gave to the American Library Association and like they need every penny. So also I forgot to mention, what am I reading? Well, I am reading Death Under a Little Sky. This is by Stig Abel. Yes. Apparently, it's like a murder mystery / thriller set in England, like in the countryside. Yes, they go on a treasure hunt and they discover a woman's bones. And I'm like, ooh, what's happening here? Yeah. And so I'm really looking forward to it. I think it's going to be a very quick kind of mystery thriller. And this one is counting for the book chain because I'm doing all of my book chain books on screen. But it's also counting for, if I remember correctly, it's counting for the to be rolled game board. And I think it's also counting, it might be counting for the trail map too. I'm telling you, I'm doing every single board. And so I'm like, I have no idea at this point, but I can guarantee that it's doing the book chain. It's my second book for the book chain that I'm trying to finish because I'm slowly working through the other ones. Okay, let's see how everyone's doing in the comments. We have a very full house tonight in the comments, so thank you all so much for hanging out with us for however long you can. Hello, Glenda. Happy BookTube anniversary. That's right. Thanks. Yeah, so everyone here is joining me for my 2-year anniversary. It was yesterday, but I was like, I'm not doing anything. On Friday, I was like, I'm not touching BookTube for as long as I need to. And so, yeah, this is a celebration. Thanks, Glenda. Hello of Butterflies. Hey, Tracy. We've got Somber Honey Books. Hello. I think this is your first time here. We have Thomas in the comments. Hello, Jen. Malin tries. Hello, Malin. We have Jess. Hey, Jess. Thanks for being here. We have Books, Crafts, and Planning. Anne. Hello, Anne. Alice is here. So is Purple Dragonfly. So is Danny over at Danny Dabbles. I can't stay, but I wanted to pop in and say hello. Hope you all have wonderful and productive sprints. Sounds good, Danny. Thanks for checking in with us. Danny also, she's got like dinner plans with friends, I think she said earlier. Hello, Steph. Monica, hello. Excited to get some reading in today. I still haven't finished a book yet for 2024, hoping to get it done today. Don't worry about it. I just finished my first book yesterday, and that was for the read along, Get a Life, Chloe Brown. So I don't feel badly, Monica. I'm sure there are other people who also feel that way too. Have all 4 of you finished a book in January already? You're all doing so much better than I am. It's fine. It's fine. It's not like I'm the host or anything of this readathon. I'm reading The Younger Wife by Sally Hepworth. I'm about halfway through. Cool. I bet that's like a mystery thriller. Still working on my first book too. Awesome, Jess. Thanks for also outing yourself. You're with me. You and I. We're going slowly in January. It's fine. And it's a nonfiction. I feel like I'm going to be here forever. Yeah, that happens with nonfiction. Hello, Drew. We've got Margaret here, as well as Bree. I just finished, actually, I watched a few of these people's content today. I watched Margaret's January TBR. She did the To Be Rolled game board, and it was surprisingly kind to her. She was really happy with what happened, but there were a few things where I was like, oh no, this would not be something I'm happy with. And then I also just watched Bree's 1 hour long December wrap up, which was honestly so much work. She ended up challenging herself to read 31 books in 31 days. And for each day she didn't finish a book, she had to unhaul one. And it was a ride. So that was oh my gosh, it was probably a lot of work on her end. Hello, Paula. Paula usually, she ends up doing sprints every Monday, by the way. So if you need Monday sprints, that's not her job, but what she does. Mine is a reread. I don't know what my excuse is. Well, maybe that. 800 pages, yeah. But also with rereads, you feel like you want to take your time with it sometimes. It is a big party tonight. Woohoo! Both on screen and in the comments. Hello. Hi, Sarah. Slowly working my way through House of Earth and Blood this evening. Thank you, Sarah, for also not doing the acronym because, I would trip over it and I'd be HOE, blah, blah, I don't know. Hello, Rye. We also have Cool Gamer here. Tracy says, I'm reading That Kind of Guy by Talia Hibbert. I just finished my first Talia Hibbert. How are you enjoying it, Tracy? Or if you are enjoying it, I should ask. I shouldn't automatically think you are. I am reading The Memory of Babel by Christelle Dabos, or Dabos. book 3 of the Mirror Visitor series. I've only got 80 pages left, so I'm thinking I'll finish it tonight. Yes. The goal is for us to do 60-minute sprints to help ensure productivity because, I love to talk too much, especially with these 4 people. And so there's too much risk. And so I'm like, okay, when we get to reading, we're going to get to reading. Hello, Kelsey. Reading Normal People right now, about 120 pages in. It reads really quickly. I remember that book reading very quickly, for sure. I am reading Forging Silver into Stars for a 5-star read prediction. Woohoo! Laura, I hope it ends up being that way. That can be very nerve-wracking. Editing my physical TBR check-in. Good luck, Margaret. That's probably a lot. Hello, Ro. Hope you're doing well tonight. I'm going to be reading 10,000 Doors of January and also Spy Family Volume 2. I haven't read the first book you mentioned, but I know that the cover is gorgeous. And Spy Family Volume 2 is also very fun. Just wait until you get to Volume 4, Jen. When a dog comes into the picture, it's a game changer. It's amazing. I'm reading Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep and enjoying it so far. That one I've caught my eye too. Like I've kind of thought about reading that one. Hello all. Hello, Exhausted Flamingo. My fur kids have been fed and taken out now to fix something for women's supper. Yes, I love it. Now time to prioritize yourself. The Golden Globes are tomorrow at 8 p.m. I can't wait to know who wins. I know, Ro, you are also, I feel like you're always on top of different award ceremonies, and I'm just like, I don't know what's happening. Just happy to be here. Reading a graphic novel right now and might do a manga before starting my next novel tomorrow. That sounds awesome. Yes. Hello, Bethany. Reading The Frozen River today. I'm at 378 pages. I'm off the trail right now. Paused readathon for a quick weekend binge read. You know what? You're taking a break. Maybe you found a snack, edible berries. You're hanging out. That's okay. Also, I will be reading A Demon's Guide to Wooing a Witch. Mm-hmm. Someone else has been reading that. It looks like a very fun kind of like cozy, maybe magical realism rom-com, I'm thinking, if I understood correctly. Hello, Jen. Hey, Coda. Coda, I know that you have your debut soon on the internet with sprints. I think
that was today.
It was today.
That was today, earlier today.
How did it go? I mean, hopefully it went well.
It was fun.
I've been rewatching it because it started at 3 a.m. for us. So
okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. From what I've seen so far, it went really well. So yeah, that's on Storytime with Sid. It was on her channel.
Okay, good. Because I got the notifications when we were finding out about it. I'm like, okay, I'll have to make sure I keep an eye out. So I'll rewatch those so I can watch how Coda does on screen because he does amazing in the comments. I will be editing my 2023 book spread video for YouTube. Then I will be moving into editing my TBR video and reading Pretty Girls by Karen Slaughter. Well, Alice, I wish you luck because that is a lot of editing and sometimes that makes you want to go crazy. Hello, Christina. Hope everyone is well. Popping in from Vanessa Sprints, sharing some sprint hopping joy with you and the like button. Thanks. Yeah, and everyone feel free to sprint hop as much as you like. We love to spread the love as much as we can. This is the first day I've felt like reading in a while. I know Maura was saying in the Discord that she wasn't really feeling well. So I'm just taking it easy. I'm reading Raiders of the Lost Heart. Sounds good. I hope you're still enjoying it. Done. Subscribe to all of them. Yes. Hello, Brandy. Thanks so much for following directions. That is a very valuable thing. I appreciate it. I'm at 70% in Of the High Desert, a memoir by James Spooner. Pick from the bottom shelf. Yes. I'm doing the TBR game board. I love it. The reason why I did that one too is because I feel like we always forget about those. Unless we are often sitting on the floor and staring at our bottom shelves, but I don't think we do that too often. Hello, Storm. How are you? Hello, Lexi. I desperately need sprints. I've been watching YouTube shorts for 3 hours. Then I'm glad that we got you out of that. It's like a black hole sometimes.
It is. It's a vortex that sucks you in. You can never get out.
Yes, truly. You'll start watching and it's daylight, and then suddenly it's dark out, and you're like, "What happened? Where is time?" I hope Funny Story is good. It's one of my most anticipated reads this year. I didn't really like her last book, so I'm hoping that I like this one. Okay.
Yeah, I feel like she's very like hit or miss. Like, I wouldn't say any of her books are like my absolute favorite, but I like the premise of this one. It is on my anticipated video, and I got my hands on it, so I'm not going to complain. So I'm in it.
Yes. Yeah. Hopefully. And it sounds like she's an author where you're like, okay, even if when she misses, it's still worth to give her another try because when she hits, it's good. So, I'm doing the scavenger hunt version. I'm definitely behind. Well, at least for the scavenger hunt one, it's so chill where it's just do it as you can. It's a bit past midnight for me. Oh my gosh, I know you're probably in Europe. I feel so badly. I will have some daytime sprints too, because I do have some people who are from Europe who are joining me. So I've made sure to accommodate them when they're on screen. But tonight we had 2 Aussies, and I was like, we only have one option. It has to be evening sprints for us here in the North America. But I struggle with insomnia the last few years, so why don't fill the void with your company and some lovely reading? Well, I'm glad that we can be your company, but honestly, as soon as the feeling to sleep hits, feel free to go to bed. I am reading A Little Princess for the game board prompt of a cozy read and doing reading journal spreads. That's lovely. I just finished my 2024 spreads today. Oh my gosh, I know, it's already 2024. I am behind on everything. I'm working on The Witch Would Not by Olivia Atwater. I'm wearing my dragon sweatshirt. Woohoo! Yay, Sarah. I'm doing the map and picked Red Rising for the abandoned cave prompt, and I'm really liking it. Nice.
Yay.
Yay! We have someone saying yes. Good. Continue to like it.
I'm gonna buddy read the second book this year, so I'm very excited.
Awesome. Also, my cousin's son is here for an overnight, and the kids are self-entertaining. Perhaps I can read before bedtime. Perhaps. Don't jinx yourself, Bethany, but I hope you can. Reading The Fury by Alex Michaelides. Is that how you say it? Yeah. I've never, because I know that he's written quite a few books and I always forget. I'm pretty sure, unless I'm mixing him up with a different author. Got it in my Book of the Month box today. Oh, and you started it? I remember back when I used to do Book of the Month, I would get it and then it would be months before I finally picked that book up. I'm working in the bingo board. Just finished my second 2024 book, Animal Farm. You know who else was reading Animal Farm or is going to this month? Nell, because I also watched her TBR video today.
Coda's also reading it. Storytime from Sid's read it. I just finished it. That was the first book I finished this year.
Oh my gosh!
So everybody's picking it up for the I think it's because Courtney's bootcamp one has banned books. As a prompt, so
that makes sense. I'm gonna pick Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy back up for the first time since the first. Sounds good, Jasper. That is one I'm hoping to get on. I'm trying to read it soon because there's a read along going on with that series, but we'll see if I can get to it. Hoping to finish my first book today too. If my upstairs neighbors will stop being so disruptive. I'm sorry, Brandy. That is not fun. Apartment living. I mean, I understand. I fully understand. I'm lucky that I live on the upper floor, and yet somehow my lower neighbors still find a way to be loud. And I'm like, I'm above you. Like, that's my job, but it's fine. A sub to everyone. Yay. Thanks, Alice. Woohoo. Yes, you're going to make 4 new friends. Happy booktube anniversary. Thanks, Jess. Your 7-year anniversary is on the Monday, the 15th, when I'm on your, yes, another party. Oh my gosh. Okay. Everyone, mark it on your calendars. We're hosting, weirdly on my channel, the Hex Library's 7-year anniversary. Oh, Jess, it's amazing. Like, genuinely, that's crazy. I feel like an overachiever. I've finished 3 books already. Yeah. I hope that they were good books. Sometimes it's not great when you're like, oh, I've read 3 books, but none of them are my favorite. Brianna is the queen of torturing herself for content. Yes, she really is. Hello, everyone. Hey, Jean. Third of the way through the auction from Maggie Cole and 5% through Memory Keeper's Daughter. We love her for it. Yes, we do. I love Talia Hibbert. So far, this one is great. That's awesome. I'm yet to finish my first book of the to be rolled game board. Okay, Glenda, you're in good company. We're all together on this. Hello, Amy. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for dropping in. Preparing for a snowstorm and finishing listening to I Am Pilgrim and Diamond Painting. Sounds good, Tab. Yeah. Anyone who's from like North America and like the northern area of the United States, a lot of us have also received quite a bit of, I don't know, like bad weather, snow for the first time. I chose a very big book for roll 1, so I still am making my way through that. But I listened to 3 books. I also had 1 carryover because it did not make it to the end of the year lists. That makes sense. Hello, reading City of Bones at the car place while my oil gets changed. Oh my gosh, not fun. But at least you've got some good company with us and your book. Loved it so much I had to include in 2024 favorites. Awesome. It was so fun. Yay, Coda! Woohoo! Now you're gonna catch the sprinting bug for sure. I'm reading Wait Till Helen Comes and setting up my new diamond painting. Also, everyone, we've got a furry friend joining us, which I'm not mad at all. Oh, it's so fluffy. Look at her. I'm obsessed. I also have to do some editing. Wish you luck, Amy. Hello, Greta. Just updating my book journal with the book I finished today. Congratulations. That is a lovely feeling. Hello, Vanessa. I know that you're also sprinting. So thanks so much for kind of coming in and hanging out with us. We'll make sure to send people your way as well. Yeah, that's kind of what happened. It was daylight when I started the YouTube shorts, and I've only been on the 1 channel, but I'm dying laughing. You know what? At least you're having a good time. That's okay. Sometimes we need that. I'm doing the game board. I'm reading The Other Mothers. Ooh, sounds good, Helen. I read all day yesterday for a readathon, now working on finishing a book I didn't finish, and then I will update my TBRathon board and see what else I have to read for the month. Woohoo! I did the game board version and only needed 2 rolls. It was so crazy. They were both very similar prompts. Perfect. Sometimes that's great, because then if you really need to, you can double up prompts, people, if that's what you need. That's how flexible this readathon is, because I'm doing that myself. So if you're afraid of cheating, I'm the one who's cheating on every single board, I promise you. I promise I'm still here just editing. Oh my gosh, Alice, no worries. Like, please, you continue editing. Get that done. Hello, Amy. I'm doing the game board. Yay! Woohoo! Everyone's saying hello. Reading it today during Nell sprints. Awesome, Coda. I realized whilst updating my journal, I've read 3 books for the readathon already. Greta, oh my gosh. You are a great representative. You and Nicole, because Nicole has also said she's read 3 books already this year. So I am jumping in on that Animal Farm party. It's not much of a party. It's kind of a depressing book, but it's very good. Reading Moby Dick, hoping to hit 50% almost there. Oh my gosh, that's also a big book. I'm doing The Chain, and Moby Dick is following Maurice by virtue of classics with controversial homoeroticism. Interesting. I'm intrigued. Yes, apartment living does suck, especially when your apartment is right by the stairwell. Oh, okay. On a better note, I am reading one of the Twisted Tale books. Cool. Well, that's good. Hello, Carissa. Thanks for joining us. Hope you have a lovely stream. UK time here. So gonna head off to bed. Sounds good. Thanks so much, Melon. I appreciate you even hanging out for us a little bit, but I hope you have a good sleep. I've read 5 books this year already, thanks to the readathons. Woohoo! I know there's quite a few readathons out there. However, haven't had more than 3 stars, needing that 5 or even 4-star feeling. Yeah, okay, Alicia, I hope you get it soon. Thanks, Amy. You're 3 years on the 9th. I love how like a bunch of us started in January, probably because new year, new activities. So it's very fun. I hope that you have the loveliest 3 anniversary yourself. I haven't finished a book yet. Sounds good, Chris. No worries. You're in good company. We're about to get 4 inches of snow tonight. Oh my gosh. Yeah, in Breeze in Utah. So that sounds about right. I'm reading I, Robot by Isaac Asimov. 85 pages left, so I'll finish during sprints. Yes. On that note, I promise everyone we will get to a sprint. You're all just have so many lovely comments that I don't want to miss anyone. I'm currently reading 2 books. I'm reading Ninth House and Get a Life, Chloe Brown. Yes, Chris, I knew that you were doing the read along, which is lovely to see. But also Ninth House. That's nice that you've got like two different books, so you can kind of enjoy them separately. Yes, Kitty, indeed. It is iffy if we will get snow. Okay. I've got snow right now. You'll probably hear plows coming by. I'm really enjoying Raiders of the Lost Heart, but it's just a matter of getting time to actually sit down and read it. And you haven't been feeling well, so understandable. Yes, happy early BookTube anniversary, Amy, to you and to Jess, because hers is coming up too. Awesome. We are getting snow tonight in New England. It's supposed to be mostly overnight. I'm trying to decide to start reading Chloe Brown, romance, and Two People on the Cover, or Lark Ascending by Silas House, climate fiction, after reading The High Desert. Ooh, I'm so excited for you. I mean, both sound awesome. I'm a huge fan of climate fiction, so maybe people in the comments or anyone on the screen. I obviously had a great time with Chloe Brown, but I haven't read the other one. Does anyone else want to weigh in? Yeah, we wish you luck, Glenda. But honestly, go ahead and read the read along whenever you.
No help at all on that one.
Yeah, we're like, bye, good luck.
Happy travels.
Glad I'm not you.
So helpful.
Exactly. We're like, you know what? It's fine. Well, 2 were manga, but I really needed some short reads at the start of this year to pull me out of the reading slump I was in with all the big books I read. Yeah, that makes sense, Greta. I've kind of been craving the shorter reads as well, so I might have to throw in a manga or two to kind of switch things up for me. Bree's 6-year BookTube anniversary is on the 9th. So many. Oh, yay. Congratulations. We've got a 7-year, we've got a 6-year, we've got a 3-year for Amy. I love this. This is awesome. I lied. Animal Farm was my 3rd book this year. I finished Cemetery Boys audiobook last night. Gay Paranormal Romance. That's on my list to read as well. Super cheesy, but I like cheese. My favorite's Gouda. It was way too cute. Let's see here. Must have been New Year, New Us. Yeah, yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking. That's so funny. It started to snow this afternoon for me, and I'm not happy about it. Yes, for those of us who don't like snow, it's not the greatest thing. Yes, happy early BookTube anniversary. I'm reading The Liar by Nora Roberts. Snowing in Utah next door. Checks weather. No! Oh, Coda, we're so sorry. I'm so sorry to be the bearer of bad news. You had such a high today being on stream, and now at the lows. I'm so sorry. No, but it says it's supposed to. Okay. And then we have got a bunch here today, 6 inches so far. Yeah, we totally have, like, it's been snowing all day for us. It's been crazy. We've reached the end of the comments. Woohoo! Oh my goodness. Yeah, that was so lovely. Thanks everyone for like chatting and like letting us know what you're reading and just being engaged. Like I said, we're going to do 60 minutes. So then we can at least say, hey, we've been productive, if not for a very long time, at least for an hour. So that'll be good.
Get this finished.
Exactly, right? Yeah, I don't know. You're probably you've got the chunkiest book, so you might not actually get much done compared to the rest of us. Where is my little? Oh, there it is. Look how tiny we are. We're so cute. So I hope that everyone has a lovely 60 minutes. We will see you soon. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I have to admit, there was a moment where I was like, oh, everyone's turning their screens on. And then I was like, oh my gosh, we have a minute left. Like, that's why. Because I was like, oh, hey, look at that. So, yes, welcome back. Let us know how you did in the comments. I just started Death Under a Little Sky. And it's one of those situations where you're setting it up. He's moved to this idyll, and it's actually like really secluded. I didn't expect that. He moved to a place like he inherited his uncle's like home, and there's no electricity, no internet, like nothing. And I'm like, okay, like personally, I'm like, that sounds terrifying. Like being in the middle of nowhere with nothing. Whereas of course this man is like, okay, sounds good to me. And I'm like, well, a woman would never. But anyway, I enjoyed it. He like found his uncle's library, and of course he had to like name off a bunch of detective fiction authors, which as someone who adores detective fiction, I was loving it. I was like, yes, name all of those queens of crime. This is great. So I had a really good time. How did everyone else do? Nicole, how did you do?
I have 10 minutes left, I think.
Ooh,
of the audio. And just referring to your book there, I actually have done that where I moved out into the middle of nowhere. When we moved to Kingaroy, we bought a block of land that hadn't been cleared. We took a camper van with us. There was no electricity, no internet. We didn't have a phone for 6 months, which was fabulous, just totally disconnected from society. And we lived on solar power. After a little while, we got solar power, and we lived on solar power for nearly 8 years. And yeah, it was good.
Oh my gosh. But you weren't alone, right? You were.
No, I wasn't alone. Well, technically I was, because my partner was always off at work and everything. So a lot of time I was alone out there. Could be up to 6 weeks at a time. So it was a lot of fun. And, you know, little kids as well. So it was great.
Yeah, like I feel like if there was like, you know, come and go people, but just being like in like isolation by yourself, like he'd have to walk. He also doesn't have a car, by the way. He would have to like walk to the local village. Yeah, that's why I'm like, okay, there's got to be some things that you have to have access to, and he's just like walking through the woods, he's lost at the moment. He doesn't know where he is, and I'm like, this guy. I'm like, anywho.
I would love to do something like that though, just to totally go off grid and have nothing and just be camping out. But I'm weird like that.
Yeah.
So yeah.
The closest I did, I went a year without a phone, but I also had everything else. So I didn't, you know what I mean? Like I just didn't have a phone where people could call me, and my work was so annoyed that they bought me a phone for work purposes, because they're like, we need basically so that I could like cover people's shifts, and I was like, I see you. Anywho, so yeah, so that was like the closest I got in my own life. But Katie, how did you do?
Excuse me. I got about 5% done in Funny Story, and I'm really enjoying it so far. But I mean, it's not super far. It's a couple chapters. And then I had to switch to an audiobook. I decided to go with Borrow My Heart by Casey West. She like writes YA romance. Normally, not for me, but this book is all about like this girl who works with rescue animals. Absolutely, I'm in. So I was listening to that while I had girl dinner and while I did some like stuff for my author services and stuff. So just while I could be like multitasking. So all in all, not bad. Stayed productive.
Very nice. How about you, Julie?
I also had dinner, and I got to, what was it? 18% in mystery book. And I also read 2 chapters of this. So I've just kind of been going back and forth. And I'm also working on my crochet project. So a little bit of progress everywhere.
Everyone's being so productive. Brooklyn, don't break the streak. Tell us you were productive too.
Yes, I was. I'm about like 70% through the audiobook. I didn't find my book though. That's still an ongoing situation. I took it to the beach yesterday, so I'm kind of worried I left it there, which I really hope I didn't, but I just need to look through some stuff. But also I've been like setting up. I got a phone yesterday, a new phone. So I've just been trying to like set up the wallpaper and stuff, and I'm being really fiddly, and it's taking me forever, but it's like fun to do whilst listening to an audiobook, so it's okay.
Yeah, you kind of like focus on the nitpicky stuff as the storyline goes on. Yeah, very nice. there were a lot of comments that have come in right when we started the sprint. So I'm going to go back to those and hopefully get through them. So Jasper says, The Girl Who Drank the Moon was my first book of the year. Super fun middle grade fantasy, focusing on themes of familial love, both biological and adoptive. How love is stronger than grief and sorrow. Ooh, okay, that might actually make me want to read that sooner rather than later, because I really appreciate it when there's like the adoptive perspective. I'm not adopted, but my mother was, and so I always think about that.
Leandra,
Wish I had.
did you tell us how you did?
Did I? Oh yeah, I think I told you about the book, but I didn't tell you how I did. I just was telling you what this character was doing. So I ended up getting the first 25 pages in. These are very short chapters, and which I'm really liking. And I am enjoying it so far. So there was just a scream in the woods. So we're gonna get into it. Yeah, we love a good murder. So it's gonna be fun. Hopefully, we'll see how it goes. So thank you for checking in and making sure that I actually mentioned how I did. Oh, I forgot Greta. So Greta, wish I had snow. The UK never gets snow nowadays. I'm sure it's like drizzly too, so it's not even as pretty as it could be. Katie, you are shaking your head. Did it snow there?
Very minimal amounts. So like I'm still wearing sneakers, but I'm also the person that dresses for the weather that I want. I believe if you ignore the snow, it'll go away. So like my favorite thing so far about the winter is that I haven't had to wear my winter jacket once this year. Well, in this winter, because like obviously this year started 6 days ago. So, but yeah, no, I can't complain. Everybody that's getting a downpour, you guys can keep it, enjoy it. I hope you love it. I hope it stays away from me.
Yeah, I've enjoyed it to the point where I've just stayed inside all day. I'm like, I'm not even going outside. It actually, I didn't even notice it until I looked out my window and I'm like, oh, it's snowing. And I was like, well, no reason for me to leave the house now. I've been cleaning my apartment like crazy today. It sounds good, Carissa. I hope that it's been like nice to see your apartment getting clean. I know you also just moved. Hello, Neva. Hello. Hope you're doing well. How are you? If we got 6+ inches of snow down here, the whole town would shut down. Gotta love snow in the South. Yes, that's what I know of that. I have friends who've lived in like North Carolina and further south, and they're like, even an inkling, even if it looks like the sky's thinking about it, they're like, nothing happens. We can't go outside or anything. Paula's editing my reading journal video. Very nice. I know it's getting late for you too, Paula, being in Wales. So I hope you're going strong. Let's see here. We had a lot of people saying hello to Neva, which is lovely. 6 inches is 6 inches too many. Yes, I agree. Unless you're like nice and cozied up and there's no need for you to go outside in the case of snow. Yeah, that makes sense. It's finally, oh, it's you. Oh my gosh, Katie. Hello, you're in 2 places at once. I love it. To buy our vacation house. Yes. Let's see here. Everyone's saying hello. We also had Nell join us. Hello, Nell. Hope you're doing well. I just watched Nell's January TBR as well for boot camp. And she did all the graphics. She is adoring her green screen. Like she's doing a lot of work and I love it. I hope now that you know that we have high expectations every time we make a video now to be using all of the graphics. We got snow today. Yep, hated it. Great. Hello, Tina. Hopping in about halfway through the sprint. I'm taking a break from painting my closet and making some coffee. Sounds good. I hope it's decaf, unless you plan on staying up super late. I made a coffee and it was decaf for me. Just joining. Hello. While the little one naps. Smart. I'm reading Bookshops and Bone Dust. I hope you're enjoying it. I still have to read Legends and Lattes. Good evening, Kay. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for joining us. Distracted watching War of Worlds, but we'll read soon, okay? We're going to hold you to it. Book 6 of year. Oh my gosh, book 6. You are killing it. Maybe take your time. Watch War of Worlds. You've earned it already. The Silent Bride. Aiming for all January in thriller mode. Ooh, I'm also on that kind of mystery thriller element myself. I'm trying to read a few more thrillers than I did last year because I'm trying to feel out that genre. Well, until 30th for Sarah J. Maas Day. Katie's like, yes, as someone who has like an entire quart of books readathon.
I took the day off already, so.
You're like, you know what I'm gonna do.
I mean, my boss has read the series too, so like she didn't even question it. She knew. There was no surprise.
She's like, I know. Michael, hello. I made it through the stormy weather and isolated cave. Oh my gosh. At first I was thinking, I'm like, oh my gosh, yeah, stormy weather here too. And I'm like, he's talking about a prompt. Awesome. So you got through the stormy weather and the isolated cabin. Because first I was like, wait, what's going on with this cabin? Now I'm heading through the beach to solve a mystery. Yes. Going to do On the Stranger Upstairs. I love that. I haven't read The Stranger Upstairs, but I thought about reading it. Feels more like a thriller than mystery. Whoops. That's okay. I think like mystery and thrillers, oftentimes a thriller has a mystery element to it. It's just a question of if you're going to be a step ahead of the characters or if you're a step behind. Because if you're a step ahead, that's where the tension comes from and that's where the thriller elements are. I finished a chapter of The Lightning Thief and now switching to Animal Farm. Sounds good. You're switching up moods as well, Christina. Hello, Lynn. Just joined. I will be reading The Great Hunt, Wheel of Time #2 in these sprints. Awesome. That's another chunker. Got 40 pages read and posted my boozy book club picks for the next 3 months. Ooh, that sounds very
I saw this. I'm so excited because she posted that I think in February they're doing, oh, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this. Well, it's posted, so I'm going to say it. But they it's going to be Butcher and Blackbird. And I listened to the audio and it's, don't get me wrong, it's wild because it's all about serial killers who like kill other serial killers. So like it's definitely twisty and dark or whatever, but it's like the audio is so fun. So anyways, I was very excited.
I love it. I don't know if anyone heard the snowplow just went by the way. So we still have snow. But I love that. So yeah.
Like, can you guys hear them clearing my street? Because they're going back and forth and I'm like, this is so loud for me. Can you hear it?
You're like, can they hear what's... No, I can't hear anything. I guess StreamYard's audio is doing a pretty good job of canceling out the sounds. Yeah, no worries, Julie. I love how I'm like, meanwhile, I've got noise of my own, so don't worry. Yeah, I love that boozy book club plus serial killers. That sounds like a heck of a time. Despite the neighbors, put on my headphones and listened to about 50 minutes of my audiobook. Very nice. Had some interruptions, but a little progress was made. A little progress is a lot of progress around here. I read about 30 pages and got some dinner. 12% read. I had dinner. Ooh, pierogies. That sounds delicious. And read about 55 pages. And you read 55 pages? Who are you? You are not human. So I only have 2 chapters left to go. Oh my gosh, you're definitely going to finish it. I got up to page 415. Laura's making progress. Meanwhile, Neva filmed a video. Now you're editing. You're not alone, Neva. There's a lot of people in the comments who are also editing. Got to page 168 in Get a Life, Chloe Brown. Ooh, Carissa, where are you specifically? Because, yeah, I want to know because I just finished that book. Got a good amount of my audiobook read, about 5 chapters. Awesome, Jen. Read 21 pages and ate dinner. Yeah, that seems like that was a big dinner sprint for a lot of us. Meanwhile, I had coffee. It's fine. Got to page 313 of The High Desert. Making progress. Yes, you are, Glenda. Don't know how much I read, but I have less than 30 minutes left of Catch of the Day by Kristen Higgins, and I am done painting in my closet for the night. Sounds good. I was gonna say, probably it's like, this point's like so dark. Maybe like don't stop painting. You can always paint tomorrow. I'm reading Red Sky and Morning by Paul Lynch. Might switch off with Chloe Brown here and there. Sounds good, Gabby. Woohoo. Yeah, can't wait to hear your thoughts either way. Got interrupted by dinner time. Yep, Alice. Many of us did. So not much done. That's okay. Productivity. Making sure your body is nourished is one of the most productive things you can do every single day. I read a few chapters and ate dinner. See? Exactly. Lovely. I read 10 pages while I made supper. So close to finishing this book. Yes, Bethany. Megan joined us. Hello, Megan. Earlier in the Discord, Megan was thinking about buying the Small Spaces set series, which is by Catherine Arden, and I may have enabled her to do it, even though I'm only on book 2, and I'm really enjoying it. But I may have told Megan, go ahead and buy all 4 books. It's fine. So Kelsey ate and read about 20 pages. I have about 130 left, so I'm hoping to finish tonight. Oh, I hope you do too. Depending on how long we go, we might be able to assist you with most of that. I spent that hour making a giant pot of red sauce to make big batch lasagna tomorrow. Oh my gosh, Jess, I feel like every time I'm sprinting, you're making something glorious, whether it's a sweet treat or a savory kind of food. And right now, savory's the name of the day. So literally have to use a step ladder to be able to reach the bottom of the pot on the stove. That's how big it is. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, my pot for red sauce is about this big. It's
You
huge.
Put a small child in that thing. That is crazy. Hello.
Not that we recommend that. Don't
Yeah,
put
no,
children in pots.
Society
on the
frowns on this.
Yeah, maybe
Disclaimer.
that was the wrong thing. You a doll, a childlike doll, you could fit in that. Anyway, keep living things out of the pot. I'm reading Three Strike Summer by Skylar Schremp. It's a middle grade set during the Great Depression about a Dust Bowl refugee family. I'm 60% in and liking it. Oh, I like that. That's awesome. It's nice to know that books like that are being published in the middle grade level, because sometimes when I'm reading middle grade or YA, I think I'm so glad that people of a certain age are reading this. Like adults can too, but it's really nice when you're thinking of that 12 or 13-year-old or maybe a 16-year-old who really needs it. So that's great. 5 chapters of Wait Till Helen Comes. I like a middle grade that can creep me out. Ooh, I didn't realize that it was creepy. Cool, Amy. Same, Katie. It's weirdly great weather here. I'm kind of worried for February and March, though. Yeah, because Kelsey's up in Canada. So, I mean, I hope that all goes well, Kelsey, but February and March, they might be trying to make up for lost time. Meanwhile, Katie's like, no, I dare February and March to try me. So hello, Bethany. I'm finally getting around to reading All the Light We Cannot See. Ooh, by Anthony Doerr. Yeah, I think that one might have won the Pulitzer. It certainly won at least one major award. Great, as in still cold, but no snow, freezing rain. All right, we like to see that. Yeah, it's fine. Like, honestly, I'll take the cold, but it's when like you throw in other elements like wind. Ugh, don't get me started with wind. I actually would prefer snow than wind because wind makes things 20 times worse. For me.
Meanwhile, Brooklyn and I are over here sweating.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say you guys have like your t-shirts on. Don't want anyone to touch you. Like it's yeah, that's true. That's so funny because like most of the people here are talking about bad weather, and you're just like, anyways.
Yeah, Brooklyn's at the beach yesterday reading.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You're at
I'm
the
so
beach.
sunburnt on my back as well, so I'm like extra hot.
Oh, no.
Talking about the snow, I'm like, oh, snow, I need that.
You're just laying it right now.
Yeah, it feels like when you get sunburn, it's almost like you've become a sun. You're like, I am radiating heat. Like I will burn anyone that I touch. Got about 53% in Moby Dick, so I'm taking a break to make cookies. Oh, that is a lovely way to treat yourself. I wish that Michigan would shut down. If we got a tiny bit of snow, I'm a little jealous. Yeah, Michigan's also one. Hello, Brooklyn. We have another Brooklyn. Very fun. I am new to your channel. Thanks so much for hanging out with us. And I don't recall seeing any of you pop up on my suggested tab. Subbing to everyone. Brooklyn, you have a great name. Aha! Yes, she does. How funny of you, Brooklyn, to say that. Also, Brooklyn, thank you so much for subscribing to all 4 of these lovely ladies because you missed it. I had told everyone to do that beforehand. So you were doing it on your own. You get a special star for the day. Very much appreciate you. I'll have to make sure I subscribe to you as well. I will be reading Outdrawn. Ooh, Nikki, that sounds interesting. Maybe a bit of an adventure. Oh, that's good to know that the audio is good. It'll be a fun book to read while drinking adult beverages. Yes. Thanks for the hot tip, Katie. Let's see here. What is January's pick? Ooh, you might have to find out. Unless she provides it. Oh, so we are starting in February. Oh no, Kel had COVID and January is a busy month. So yeah, no, that makes sense. You can always do it next month. That sounds so interesting. It does. I think that was in reaction to Katie's explanation of the book. Katie's like, thanks. Yep. Happy to help. I'm on chapter 11. Oh, I wish I knew what that meant. I'll have to check the Discord and see. Like, it's just, it's so bad. I should have been more specific, Carissa, because I also did audio. So who knows what those chapters are? I don't. Like when you're listening to audio, chapters aren't actually real. That's just when I take a break. I need to finish up this arc. DNF to buddy read earlier, so now I don't feel like reading. Neva, no, that's not how we want to start the year. I'm so sorry. That really sucks. I hope like your next book ends up being better. I read a few chapters, then stopped to eat dinner. We've had cold, rainy weather here for a couple of days. Yeah, Sarah, we're with you. At least cold for sure. This book is a bit tough to read, so might switch to something else for the next sprint. Reading Matthew Perry's memoir. I'm sure it is, Brandy. Oh my gosh. I do want to read that, but I also, it's so sad. Like, it's too bad too, because it just came out as well before his own death, and so sad. It's
That's
all
why
good.
I put it off, because I don't think I could read it. Having the death so fresh in my mind, I think I need to just wait for a bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because he's
I
one of
can't
my
imagine.
all-time favorite characters on TV. So, like, yeah.
I know.
I'm looking the wrong way. He's right here. I've got like I'm moving the wrong way. I've got like my little friend set up here. I'm very.
He's on your shoulder, looking
Yeah.
over all of us. Yeah. Aw. That's so sweet. Yeah, I can't imagine what it was like for those who read his memoir just before his passing, you know, and how impactful that was as well. So yeah, I do want to, but I'm with you all in saying we'll probably wait and hold off. Brooklyn, I'm sure you're going to want to read it at some point as well, and probably.
I already read it. Yeah, I was kind of glad that I read it like a little bit beforehand, so it wasn't like, it was still obviously like it's an upsetting book to read anyway, but it's a really good memoir, I think, and him reading it to you as well is really nice. I really enjoyed that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I smirked a little bit because after you like said, "Oh, I've actually read it," I gasped, and then the alarm went off, so it was like dun 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 dun, like, you know, like a big reveal, and it was too perfect timing. But that's good to know that I should have been surprised that he also read it aloud. So that's even more of an incentive. So that's good.
It was disappointing. Like just after he passed, a few channels I noticed had his memoir, the full complete memoir on, and it's just like, why? Just don't like.
Exactly. It's like, let's have a bit of I don't know, like acts of kindness, like know when something's appropriate or not, like especially like providing family and friends time to deal with things. Yeah, I agree.
Well, not only that, it's also copyright issues as well, because they're read, like the book's being read out loud, and I think actually two of them were actually the audiobook. So
well, copyrighted or something, right? That's
well, you think like we can't even get like a little bit of music without getting a copyright claim or whatever the case may be, or a strike for some people. And then there's people out there that are doing that sort of stuff, and it's disappointing, very disappointing.
I agree. Meanwhile, Megan says it's all good that I enabled her. I haven't steered her wrong yet. That's true, especially with middle grade. Megan's tried at least one middle grade that I recommended, and she really enjoyed it. So I think we're okay. Just got back. Hello, Danny. Welcome back. I have about an hour left of my audio for Timeless. How long are you all going? So I told the group that we were going to go probably for about 4 hours. We can see how we feel then. We can do a check-in. But we are about halfway. Already halfway. We've only done one sprint. It's fine. So we're gonna truck ahead. But Danny, so don't worry. We'll help you with that book. For some reason, YouTube keeps pausing the sprint. Are you on like multiple tabs? Sometimes when you're jumping around, which we love to do, 100% support you sprint hopping. It just pauses other sprints when you're doing that, Alicia. I'm not sure if that's what you're doing, but I agree. It's very annoying when it happens. It's so important for kids to have books like these. I agree. Yes. I'm glad we're on the same page there. I really enjoyed 3 Strike Summer. Awesome. Nicole gets it. Now that you mention it, maybe the large pots are why people thought witches ate children. Yeah. Maybe I would be viewed as a witch back then, because that's what my mind went to. I'd be like, ooh, size of a child. And then we have chocolate fudge cake for dessert. Oh my goodness. So first I want Jess's lasagna, and then more. I'll take that fudge cake from you if you don't mind. Then I'll have a full meal. Hello, Christine. Thanks for hanging out with us. Keeper of the Lost Cities, Unlocked, and Local Woman Missing. So you're juggling both of those reads. I can't decide which one for next sprint. Well, I'm pretty sure one is a middle grade and the other one's like a bit of a thriller mystery. So it depends. How are you feeling? Are you feeling kind of a fun, cozy, adventure cozy just because it's middle grade? Or do you want to be a bit disturbed? That's your choice.
I liked Local Woman Missing. I liked that one.
Oh, okay, good. I think I had another friend who really enjoyed the audiobook for it. I don't know if that's how you did it. Did you physically read it, Katie?
I did physically read it, but I always recommend thrillers and audio if you can, or mysteries just in general. So because I just think it adds like an extra layer of fun. So
yeah, because then you don't jump down and like catch yourself reading. Because I know when a twist is coming, I like cover the page because I don't want to be surprised. Whereas the audiobook, they'll just say it right in your ear. It doesn't matter what you're drinking or eating at the time. You have to be prepared because they will shock you. So it's very fun. You're right. So hell would freeze over before it snowed here, Lynn is saying. It's snowing here and is supposed to continue through the weekend. We're supposed to get 11 inches come Monday night. Holy crap. That's 1 inch from a foot for those who like math. I got sunburnt a week ago. 2 days ago, it was still radiating 38.4 degrees. That is, I would melt. I would not exist anymore. While I was stuck at work, hopefully you heal quick, Brooklyn. Yeah.
Thank you.
So excited. Yes, Katie, so excited. I love it.
What are you reading?
We're going to be reading The Housemaid.
Okay, cool.
Very
Yeah,
fun.
nice.
Is that is that a sequel to something? Or is
No, it's
that's by Frida someone, isn't it?
yes,
Frida
it is. So
McFadden?
there's
Yeah.
the first one, and then the second one I believe is called like The Housemaid's Secret or something like that. So
Yeah.
it gets confusing because then there's
okay.
another book called The Maid, and there's all these
Which
things
is-
that are
yeah.
close and similar, but no, it is the first book.
And the
Okay,
covers
'cause
look very
I have
similar
The
too,
Maid.
between
They
the maid
do.
and the housemaid. Like because the maid is by someone.
Nita Prose?
something.
Yeah, Nita Prose,
Yeah.
I think it is, and it's green. And I think the housemaid's blue, but the second one's green. So they all look very similar, and they got the keyhole on them as well.
Yeah.
And Nicole is speaking for the Australian covers because my cover of Nita Prose is very red. So
Yes.
it's very funny. Yeah. We'll get them all. Like the idea of having like a unique title name of any form at this point, I feel like I'll be impressed if an author can do that. Neva read Matthew Perry's memoir when it first came out, but haven't brought myself to read it again. Yeah. No, take your time. I would definitely hold off on it as someone who hasn't read it, but I can give you that recommendation. This is my first reading sprint ever. Nikki, oh my goodness. Congratulations! Welcome to the world of sprinting. Actually, all 4 people here participate on sprints on various channels as well as their own. So if you're enjoying yourself so far, this is yet another plug to make sure that you are subscribed to all of us by the end of this. Also, I
never go back.
Away. Yeah, exactly. Never go back. But also, please give us time. Like if you're feeling a bit overwhelmed, I promise. I'm just in a weird mood tonight, and I promised everyone it would be a chill sprint, and here I am. So I lied. This is who I am. I'm a liar. Anyway, yes. So Neva's excited as well. Neva and I DNF'd the same book, but luckily for me, I'm flying through my new book. I was worried because usually DNFing puts me in a slump. Yeah, that's the worst. FYI, pass on Never by Jessa Hastings, in my opinion. Ooh, okay. Good to know. Everyone make sure, mark that title down to not do it. Meanwhile, Katie says, oh my gosh, Katie, you're reading Magnolia Parks in February?
I am, the week of Valentine's Day. I planned it specifically to be like, why not? And I'm buddy reading it, so we'll see how me and my friend like it. But the reason my brain went there, because it wasn't just a random out there thought, was because that's the same author they were just talking about with the book Never. So that's where my brain went, where I was like, by the way.
Oh my gosh.
I just read Magnolia Parks as well. So just finished it on the last week between Christmas and I was going to take it slow, and I finished it in like 2 days. So, yeah.
Ooh, that sounds like it's a positive experience, and Neva can be very happy as long as you enjoyed it.
Such a toxic relationship.
I was gonna say the messiness.
Both down and just like butt their heads together.
Sit down. We're gonna have a talk.
Wake up to yourselves.
I'm going to teach you how to be good human beings.
I think that was just the mum coming out in me.
And then finished dinner and took a shower. I read ready to read the tandem read of Empire of Storms and Tower of Dawn. Sounds good, Steph. Continue to make progress. I love it. The author of Emily Wilde wrote a middle grade. You know what? I knew that. I think her career started in middle grade, potentially, from what I heard. Fawcett, right? Heather Fawcett. That I read this summer and enjoyed. Ember and the Ice Dragons. Ooh, I'm going to be reading Emily Wilde at some point this month as well. Then we've got Katie. I always click on Katie's comments and I'm like, you know what, Katie, I don't know why. I'm like, she's up here on the screen and in the comments, which I do appreciate. I moved just in time before the snow came. Smart, good. I'm sure that wasn't your intention, but I'm glad it happened. You must text me when you're reading Magnolia. I want all of my friends to try it. I know. Even Neva even wants me to read it. And I'm like, Neva, that would not be a good idea. Got about 60 pages that sprint and have a feeling it's going to be a 1-star read. Oh no, Anne, I'm so sorry. That is not fun. Yes.
I gave it 4 stars.
Ooh,
Yeah.
very nice. Neva.
Purely like I got a bit frustrated, so that's why it went down a star. The ending was like,
yeah.
So yeah. And then and I just got a little bit frustrated with the toxicity. Like just just stop it.
I was saying, get with the
but
program.
I do that with my in-life friends as well that get like that. I'm like, what are you doing? Just stop it.
Yeah. Hello, Emily. I'm not doing the readathon. I'm a little burnt out. Completely understand. There were so many amazing readathons in December, including Katie's. So don't even feel like you have to participate in that. Just read what you want to read. Have a good January. That's the goal here. But I'm working on Before They Are Hanged. Ooh. Well, I hope you enjoy that read, Emily. And thanks for hanging out with us, because you also don't have to be participating in TBRathon to hang out with us. We reached the end of the comments. Crazy. I feel like we've been hitting like half an hour and then hour marks, which I'm feeling good about. So that's good. Then we have Sarah. Hello, Sarah. Thanks for joining us. You're reading Done and Dusted by Lila Sage. We also have Beth just joined. Hi, Beth, reading Iron Flame. That's awesome. Ooh, yes. Okay, great. Thanks, everyone, for joining us. Very fun. Let me switch us over so that we can see the map. And then we'll do another 60 minutes. And then after that, we can kind of reassess. And I might put a poll in the on the YouTube channel to see if people want to switch it up, because I'm certainly okay with us after we've done this like second hour, maybe doing like a shorter sprint if we want to, because I feel like we can argue to anyone who would dare argue with us that we've been productive tonight. All right, have a good 60 minutes. We'll see you soon. Hello, everyone. I'm not sure if you can hear, but of course it is 9 p.m. and yet my neighbors decide to plow all of our sidewalks and walk-ups, which I appreciate, but I don't understand why it has to happen now. So if you hear a little bit of buzzing, it's because he's coming right up towards my apartment, and I only happen to be on the second floor, so I'm so close to all the noise. But anywho, perfect timing. I put up a poll in the comments. I'll only have it up for a little while because I know that for some people, depending on how you're watching the stream, it can be a bit frustrating and hard to read. And so if you are struggling to vote or struggling to see the rest of the chat, I will close it soon. So put in your vote soon. Ha ha ha. Trying to entice people to vote. Basically, it's just the third sprint, how long you might want it. I ended up getting another 25 pages. So I've read 50 pages of this book. I'm waiting to see what happens with the suggestion of there being a psychological thriller, because it definitely says it's a classic mystery. Like, it has classic detective fiction elements, which I'm game for, and I'm really enjoying it. But there is one like blurb on the back that says it blends it with psychological thriller, and I'm like, does it? Okay. So at the moment, I haven't seen that, but there's a lot of the book to come. And then I ended up writing out a to-do list for all of the things I need to get done tomorrow, because at the moment it was all up in my brain and I could not think of anything else. I was like reading about this man like swimming in his lake, and I was like, but Leandra, you've got to do this tomorrow. And I'm like, okay, let's do that first. Anywho, how did everyone else do? Nicole, how did you do?
I finished my book.
Yahoo!
And then I picked up the next one. And I made the mistake of looking how many pages, and there's over 1,000 pages in the last one.
Oh, no.
Which I'm starting tomorrow. But I thought, well, I'll do a little book. So one of the recommended from Leandra, which is Bluettes by Maggie Nielsen. And I read 49 pages of that during that sprint. It's different. I'm not sure I really understand it.
Okay, so the thing is, it's so funny is so I suppose I did recommend it, but I also find it really weird. Like, it's what, like less than 100 pages, it's like 90 something, and it's written in like vignette format. And it is really like, I like the elements where we get a bit of history or cultural references to color, but I feel bad
there's little snippets
about the author.
Yeah, there's little snippets from different books throughout history, which I'm thinking that I might go back through and highlight and go back because I haven't read a lot of them. So, but we're also getting little snippets of her friend that had a terrible accident and she ended up being paralyzed.
Yes.
So, yeah, that's sort of where I'm at right now. So where she's on the road to recovery and stuff like that. So, yeah, and like the author's in love with the color blue, but she's also drawing on inspiration from people throughout history, songwriters, authors, all that, philosophers and all that sort of stuff, and how they described blue in their books, songs, etc.
Yeah.
So maybe I understand it a little bit more than I do. But while reading it, I'm not comprehending it. But just thinking about it now, it's just it's like her love affair with the color blue, along with the rest of the people as well.
Yeah, and I think it's because it's also numbered. Like, I never really understood why she numbered the vignettes. Like,
well, I tried to read this a couple of months ago, and the numbers, I kept like saying the number in my head while I was reading. So this time I've gone back to the beginning and I've gone, you know what, I'm just going to ignore the numbers and read it as a novel. And it's working better for me now. So, yeah. So if anybody do that.
Yeah, you literally just have to not look at the numbers and just ignore it. But they're also, we're gonna have to talk about it, because I thought I understood something about also her personal life, like with a certain lover of hers that she talks about. And
that's a little bit too like graphic to go into.
Yeah, it's graphic, and also I feel like they're doing something wrong. Like, I couldn't tell if she was like the other woman.
That's the impression that I sort of got. a little bit, but as I said, I'm only halfway through, and then once I'm finished that, I'm going to read the Red Parts, which is another book by Maggie Nielsen, except this is on the trial of her auntie that was went missing and was murdered. 35 years after the fact, they went to trial. So, yeah.
I did not know that was what, because I knew she had a blue book and I knew she had a red book, but I didn't know that that's what the red book was about.
So it's apparently about her auntie that went missing in 1969. She was a first-year law student at University of Michigan. She posted a note on the student notice board to get a lift home and didn't make it home. And then a couple of days later, they found her body. And then this is 35 years after the fact. It had been, it says it was unofficially unsolved for decades, and then it was reopened in 2004. And this is about the trial. So, and it was free on Audible. I don't know if it is in the States, but I ended up getting it for free on Audible. So,
yeah, interesting. You let me know, because I did find the Bluettes to be really weird. Like, I thought that book was really weird, and so I wasn't sure if I was going to continue with the red book, because it's so different. You let me know if you think I should read that, because I'm intrigued. Katie, how did you do?
Sure. So I got a little distracted. Reading was not my priority in this sprint. I pulled out the walking pad, make sure I'm getting some activity in. I caught up with one of my friends who I just haven't been able to chat with in a while. And then I did do some reading. Again, I'm really enjoying funny story. It took me a second. I was like, what am I reading? I'm really enjoying it so far. My friend who's also reading it was saying how she feels like it's very different from Emily Henry's other books. And I feel that way too. So far, I don't know. It's got a very different vibe, I feel like, so far. That doesn't say anything. I'm so sorry, guys. My thoughts are not there, but I'm not very far in either. So take that with a grain of salt. So yeah.
Huh. I didn't realize. So, Funny Stories by Emily Henry?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
I didn't realize that either.
It's the one she has coming out in April. I think it's April.
Oh, so
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So it's coming out. I was gonna say, because I was like, I've never heard of it, and I feel like a lot of times Emily Henry is everywhere. So whether you've read her or not, you could probably name like 2 or 3 of her titles. And so, okay, interesting. Julie, how did you do?
So I made it to 23% in mystery book, and I don't remember what page I started on for this, but I made some progress in this too. And I cleaned up dinner, and I also need to make a to-do list because it's all floating around in my head. So that's probably what I'm going to do next.
I feel 10 times better knowing that it's somewhere on the page. So I'm like, I don't have to think about it because it's written down somewhere. Now the question is tomorrow, will I do those things? Whole different story, whole different Leandra. I don't know her. I'm going to meet her tomorrow. We're going to see what she does. Brooklyn,
I do the same thing for sprint up. I always do an info dump out of the brain, because otherwys I can't read.
Oh my gosh, it's crazy how it just declutters it. Like, it declutters your brain immediately once you write it down.
Yeah.
I ended up reading another 10%, and I finished setting up my phone, so that's out of the way. I don't need to do anything else with that. And I found the book. It was just in the beach bag, which I had misplaced completely. So I found it all. It's all okay. So I can start reading that once I finish this book. But I'm really enjoying it. It's really nice to be back in this world that I haven't been to since I think I read the last Darker Shade of Magic book in 2017 or something.
Ooh,
so it's been a while. So yeah, it's really good. It's well written, like all of V. Schwab's books are. But yeah, I'm really enjoying it. So that's good.
I've never read anything by V. Schwab, I have to say. I know that there's a bunch of
her writing. She's pretty good.
Yeah.
I don't know where we are in the comments. I started a comment and there it is. I was like, it is gone. The comments don't exist anymore. They've taken over. They officially have infiltrated. The dictatorship is over. I'm no longer a dictator of this stream. Okay, so Greta, I'm off to bed. It's 1 a.m. Thanks for the sprints. No worries, Greta. I know she commented this a while ago, but I still wanted to highlight her and let her know, if she ever looks back, that I can say I did look. I saw that she was leaving. Meanwhile, Katie gave us an update. Katie, oh no.
It's so funny because the only reason I found out is because it's actually very warm in my apartment right now. So I was like, oh, let's open the window, right? And then I was like, what is this?
Mhm.
But again, I'm sure it's not going to be a lot, but still, just no, thank you.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's fine.
You know what? The weather near Katie must have been in the chat, saw her talking smack, and was like, you know what we're going to do? We're going to make her eat her words.
It really does that. When we had our first like actual like a lot of snow, it wasn't
Mhm.
really a lot for us, but like just like our first snowfall of the season, it was on Halloween. Because I swear the Midwest, we can never have a good Halloween. You will never get a Halloween where you're wearing shorts and your actual costume. No, it's always a jacket. You're always miserable. It's just, it is what it is. So I just thought it was ironic that we were like, oh my gosh, maybe this year is going to be so good. And then I kid you not, we woke up and we're like, this is awful. Why?
I know. I for the longest time, I think like it was like 3 or 4 years running when I was a child, I was a cat, and the only reason why I was a cat was because the costume was fleece lined. And so because it would snow as well, like on the 31st, and so my parents would like make sure we were bundled up. So like consistently we always kept the cat costume like basically on call to see what happens, and it's like, okay, put her in the cat again. So I understand. That's not fun unless you have a nice cozy warm suit. But then we also already got this update from Nicole in the comments, finishing her book. Woohoo! And then we had Thomas, I'm ready for snow. It's January and we've had snow once and it's barely covered the ground. So we have someone who's pro snow. Some fighting words against Katie's rant just now.
I'm happy for him. I mean, listen, I'm glad somebody enjoys it. And listen, when I was a child, I loved the snow. I was outside all day long. Now I'm an old lady and I'm cynical and I want to be inside. So
yeah, I think that with every passing year, I'm also someone who I keep collecting hobbies that are indoor activities, and I'm like, is this saying something? Why do I keep I'm never picking up skiing. I used to snowboard. Now that's the last thing I want to do. And I'm like, I like to do puzzles, and that's something you only do inside. So Paula said, I'm still here. Just have you on mute so I can finish my work, which we very much support. Get productive when you can. If we have snow, then I want either hardly anything or a big storm that makes us do remote learning. But then I want it to warm up the very next day and melt. I'm terrified of when it switches, like that's the worst thing is, especially if it's kind of a wet snow, I'm always worried that overnight it'll turn into ice, and that is some dangerous stuff. Moore took a shower during that sprint, so now I feel human again instead of feeling like a lifeless blob of goo. A way of words for sure. Hello from Florida. Hello. Speaking of an area that does not get snow at all, I am currently reading Magnus Chase and the Gods of Asgard for my lake monster sighting. We love it. Thanks for joining us. It's about 9 p.m. here on the East Coast, so I know that it's just an early evening for you too. I'm back. Hello, Coda. I had a last minute invite from MJ to join her live. So fun. Oh my goodness.
Yes,
I
he
feel
was.
like
He was. So I snuck over and watched a little bit of the ending of that. So yeah.
oh my Coda, you're making sprint hopping an entire different format. Sprint hopping on screen. What? I love it. See, he got the bug. Already got the bug. Ready to go. He's gonna be sprinting every day. Made it to page 150 and had some lasagna for dinner. Brie, did you have Jess's lasagna? Because she made a child-sized pot of sauce. So very interesting. Lasagna is definitely on the mind tonight. Read 2 chapters of Tower of Dawn and 2 chapters of Empire of Storms for a total of 38 pages. Awesome stuff. You're doing a good job juggling both of those reads. Hello, Allison. How are you this evening? Thanks for joining. Beth got 34 pages in. Meanwhile, Anne got 52 pages in on page 290 of 342. At this rate, you will finish in the next sprint if we were to go another hour. I'm not sure how the poll is going, but yeah, you're doing great. Making progress in this book, but was watching Coda on MJ's live. Oh, that's awesome. I read 14 pages and then got distracted by Facebook. It happens. Doesn't have to be Facebook, any social media. It'll get you. got distracted on Discord. See, Discord's another one. And making a TBR challenge punch card. Only managed to get 20 pages read once I was finished with that. Alicia, that sounds really fun, though. Like, what do you mean by a TBR challenge punch card? Read a few pages of Tabby Trouble for my cozy read, but keep getting distracted by a Gypsy Rose documentary on Lifetime. Honestly, anything on Lifetime can get you. Any of those documentaries, we talk about like TikTok and YouTube Shorts, but you put like Lifetime or something else on there, and I'm done. TLC, oh my gosh, I'm down for it. Finished my first 5-star read of the year. Danny, oh my gosh, that's amazing. It was the end of a series, and I'm thrilled with the ending, but also sad that it's over. That's the best. It's always nerve-wracking once you're in the last of a series and you're like, is it going to culminate to something that, proves its worth for the entirety? Christine read Local Woman Missing. Wow, it's good. Read to page 58. Wow. Katie approved. Recommendation, everyone. And we have the proof right here that it works. So listen to Katie's recommendations. Finished The Frozen River. Awesome, Bethany. Did you enjoy it? The grinning emoji, I'm imagining, means you did. This was great for my first time. I got so much reading done. Yay, Nikki! Woohoo! Yes, we've converted her. She is officially into sprints. Read 3 more chapters. Awesome, Sarah. Got to page 45 in my 4th book for my TBRathon book chain. Jamie, you are putting all of us to shame. But then I remembered my coffee. Very cold. Oh, no. That has happened to all of us. Any hot beverage is not safe when you are reading a good book. Oh, no. Yeah, with a drowned fly in it, too. That is not fun. Now I'm making fresh coffee. Good. Hopefully you won't forget it this time. I'll be back to the trail map and reading Blood Over Bright Haven during bedtime. Ooh, sounds like a spooky bedtime read. I started editing my vlog from this weekend. I just started using Premiere Pro to edit, so it was a little bit of a learning curve. Yeah, interesting. Premiere Pro, I haven't used that. I use, what do I use? Filmora. That's the one I use for editing. Yeah. I finished Wait Till Helen Comes. Awesome. I know you said it was like spooky, creepy vibes, Amy. I hope you enjoyed it. Reading Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I have no clue how a book can make so much sense and also make no sense at all, but I'm enjoying it. Listen, so this book, I haven't officially read it as in finished it, but I remember over the summer, I was juggling multiple sprints. I distinctly remember watching Nicole's sprints one time, actually, Nicole, and I had started it, and then I was like, doing other things until I ever got back to it, but I was loving it, and my intention is to start back from the beginning so that I can like thoroughly enjoy it. But it really is so just funny. It's so clever. I think that I may take a break and read it in the next sprint. Yes, Carissa, treat yourself. You deserve it. Also, I would enable anyone to read. So choose your own adventure on that one. Do you need to get some more editing done? You can be responsible if you want. I have to choose a witchy vibes book for prompt 2. Ooh, Amy. What will you be choosing? Read 48 pages of Hidden Snow. Awesome, Sherry. And also perfect for the weather that we've all kind of talked about if you're in the mood for that. I am thinking The Unfortunate Side Effects of Heartbreak and Magic. First of all, one of the longest titles I've ever read. And also, I'm intrigued. That sounds very fun and kind of cozy. Very cozy, for sure. I loved that book. Awesome. And then Katie, would you like to please? I want to hear this in your voice.
Oh gosh. Okay. I was saying that for witch books, I loved the Very Secret Society of Irregular Witches. It's very cozy. And then The Nature of Witches, I felt like it was such a unique spin on like the magic system and how magic works. And then Hooky, I mean, I've talked about it until I'm blue in the face so much. It's a webtoon. It's adorable, but also kind of dark for like children's books, but they're graphic novels. And there's 3 volumes and they're great. So if you haven't read them, make it a priority for spooky season, guys. Do it for me.
Do it for Katie, everyone. Honestly, beyond The Nature of Witches. So I haven't heard of The Nature of Witches, but I have heard of The Very Secret Society, and I've been interested in reading that. And I've also heard that Hooky is really good. So yeah, like those are on my radar, and those do sound really interesting. Hello, Maria. First time in the chat. Oh, we love to see it. I'm reading Their Vicious Games by Joelle Wellington, and I'm enjoying it so far. I'm so glad. And also, Maria, thank you for taking the time to type out a message and kind of join in the conversation. We really do appreciate it. Hopefully, I didn't scare you away with my shriek of joy, but I promise it was a shriek of joy. Hello, Sadia. You read 40 pages. That's awesome. So glad you were able to join us tonight. 3 hours till dinner, and the cats are already reminding me they're ready, Jasper. They're eyeing you, and if they don't get their food, you might be their next snack. I don't know, but honestly, I love the sinisterness of cats. So please don't ever think that I'm not a cat person, because I am. I like snow on the weekends. I just don't like driving to work. Yeah, I think that's the thing, is I'm fine with it as long as I'm stationary. Like if I don't have any major plans, I don't have to get somewhere on a certain timeline. But as soon as you feel the pressure, like for instance, this winter, I probably won't be traveling back up north again because we're kind of entering the scary, like I drive on like 70-mile-per-hour roads because I-81 and everything is the worst. And so I try to avoid that myself. I love the snow, but probably because I'm from the South. So when we get snow, everything shuts down, so I don't have to deal with it. Yeah. I did finish rereading Eye of the World last night as an audiobook. This time I listened to the Rosamund Pike version, which I liked much better. Didn't exist when I tried it in audio before. That's always so kind of interesting when an audiobook is republished but with a different narrator. Usually I feel like that happens when it can be with copyright, but it also can be if, they hear that people aren't huge fans of the narration the first time around, so they might switch it that way. About to start Poison Study a few hours early for the Enchanted Forest, going round trip. So I will return. Also, Fitz, start a series for the board. Yes, we love it. I love that you are juggling 2 boards at once. I wish you luck. And you're doing round trip, which I wasn't sure how many people would be interested in doing that. What method has everyone chosen to read their books? I've decided to do the book chains, which is one of my favorite readathon ideas ever. Oh, thanks, Maria. I appreciate it. I'm also doing the book chain during reading sprints. And so this one by Stig Abel, Death Under a Little Sky, is a part of that. I think by the end of the month, I'll probably reveal all of the books that are on my book chain, and then you can figure out what the link is, because I've chosen the same link across all the books. So I'm interested to see if people can find out. I know that we have 3 bingo board people here, Nicole, Katie, and Brooklyn. And then we have Julie, who is in the opposite corner of me, who's doing the trail map. And I must say, too, I'm doing the book chain, but I'm also doing all of them because I'm crazy. So yeah, very fun. I'm glad that enough people chose to do the book chain, because I was kind of worried that some people wouldn't be that interested in it, but there's been a lot of people into the mood reading one too, the this or that. And so I'm glad that the flexible options are there, and the bingo board. I think the bingo board's pretty flexible too. Unless you are crazy like Katie, who wants to do a blackout and only allowing 1 book per prompt. Meanwhile, even I'm doing multiple prompts per book because I'm not crazy.
Yeah, I'm doing the blackout, but I'm doing like a couple of prompts. Yeah, but like this is equivalent of 2 average books.
Understandable. Yeah.
So
yeah,
is this one. So
yeah, the mileage you're doing in pages alone,
yeah.
for sure.
I don't know what
And
I do it every readathon. I pick I don't know.
Yeah, you just
I
can't
need
help
help.
yourself. You need help with more book recommendations, is what I'm hearing. And then also, I mean, I love how everyone's doing different challenges for themselves. Like Katie, I'm sure you're not the only one who's doing that. And so I appreciate that. Whereas other people who are just doing like 1 line along the bingo board, also fine. Everyone is successful in their own way. So it was for her BookTube support series. For the punch card. I'm thinking. Oh no, for MJ.
No.
I think because
Yeah,
Coda
for
was
MJ,
the one
yeah.
who was talking about. Yeah. I added it to my appearances playlist on my page. If anyone wants to watch the replay, yeah, awesome. We will definitely watch.
And
the
you can
replay.
also subscribe to Coda, because we're on a mission to get him to 1,000 subscribers with no content.
YouTube would be so confused. They'd be like, "What is going on?" He'd be like, I guess we can like monetize him without, but then he wouldn't have the views, I guess. I was going to say, I was like, that would be the hilarious thing.
But yeah.
That's what I want. I want him to get monetized without, if that were an ability, that would be hilarious. Because YouTube would be like, I guess, like, there's nothing that's happening though. All this food talk is making me hungry. Just realized it's afternoon and haven't eaten anything today. Alicia, you need to do a productivity sprint as far as taking care of yourself next time. So maybe in the next sprint, grab a snack or something. Also, it's my fault. I keep highlighting every single time someone mentions food, so I will take some of the blame. I wanted to do reading sprints on my channel, but was told when I tried to go live to film a TBR video that I don't have enough subs. What? What are you talking about, Anne? You certainly, like, there is no cap. So you might, if you're trying to do a live on YouTube, I wonder if you're trying to go through YouTube, do like a streaming service like StreamYard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you go through YouTube, you have to have a certain amount. I think it's 100 subscribers to do a live stream from your mobile. I don't think there's any cap if you do it from YouTube itself, but if you go through StreamYards, you get around it.
Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, because I was going to say, because I think that's why, Anne, this is like tricks of the trade. So we're passing on some knowledge from booktubers to booktubers that most of us use StreamYard. I know there's a few other also like sites that people go through, but most of my friends around here, we all end up doing StreamYard. So that might be the thing that you got to do.
Restream is another one that people use.
I saw Nicole's post about that. Mm-hmm.
When I first started, I used OBS because sorry, Leandra.
No, please go ahead. You guys are teaching me things. I've never heard of either of those. So this is lovely.
Yeah. So my husband, he streams on Twitch, and so OBS is very popular. And don't get me wrong, I love it. Visually, you can be very creative, and I love it so much. But having friends got very overwhelming for me because you basically every person I would invite in, it's not like StreamYard where it gives you like, what would you even say? Like it'll automatically kind of like fit everybody in. I would have to go in and make everybody an element and adjust and that's too much for me. But like visually, I loved it. And OBS is free. So, but it can look like a spaceship. I'm not going to lie to people. If I didn't have my husband, I'd be like, I don't know what I do with literally a piece of this. But there's a ton of tutorials on YouTube and things like that. So, but StreamYard, in my opinion, if you're going to do things with friends, just makes the most sense, to be honest.
Yeah, it's a lot more user-friendly.
Yeah, that's what honestly...
Less tech. And for those that are not so tech-savvy, that like StreamYards and Restream's apparently very, very similar to StreamYards as well, so...
Okay, well, that's good to know because I know, with StreamYard, there is the free option if you are maybe just trying to test it out. So you certainly don't have to pay for it. And that was 20 hours. It's 20 hours a month. So if you're just kind of playing around, you can certainly take advantage of that. Like that's what I used for months and months before I finally decided to pay for the basic subscription. I also waited for Black Friday, because I locked in a much cheaper lifelong price. So like if I were you, also wait. Test out, see if you like StreamYard before you pay anything for sure. Do that with anything. Like don't pay for stuff if you don't have to.
And the free one, you just have the logo up in the corner for the free one. And you can have up to 10 friends, I think it is, 6 or 10 friends with the free one.
I think so too. Yeah, like I'm pretty sure they say up to 10 screens, 20 hours a month, and like you just can't do backgrounds, but you can still like share your timer and do everything else. Like you really don't, you just don't have like the background, which is fine. And you get capped with hours. So yeah. And then Katie, here I'll do your voice this time. Well, not your voice. I'm not.
I'd love to hear it. Do it. Imitate
no,
do it.
Okay, and goodbye.
Okay, fine.
So I'm just gonna say it in Leandra's voice. Maria. Oh my gosh, that's a Ave Maria. That's kind of a thing. Anyway, Poison Study by Maria Snyder. I love that book so much. I haven't finished the series yet. Well, might be something you gotta continue.
She did let us know down further in the comments though that that's not the right series. So I got all excited for no reason. But Poison Study is an older series. and it's fun. It's a good time. It's a slow burn, like kind of like not necessarily enemies to lover. I like to label things more as like dislike to like, you know? And like essentially it's all about this girl where she's caught, like, I read this book a long time ago, but she was caught like doing something wrong, like she stole something or whatever. And basically her choices were you could die, or we'll let you be the poison study for the king, which means that she eats and drinks everything before he does, right? And she has kind of like this guy who's kind of like her keeper, who like is like in charge of her and like making sure, you know, she like follows the rules or whatever. And like it was a good time, guys. I enjoyed it.
I feel like I have heard of this, actually. Now that you described it, I was like, why is this familiar? And then regarding Frozen River, I'm not typically a historical fiction person, but I loved this one. It was so good. Isn't that lovely when you read something a bit out of your comfort zone, something you don't tend to read, and you're like, oh, maybe that's what helps when it's really good, and then you're surprised because you don't go in expecting much. I was also hanging out on MJ's live stream, and my sister called while that was going on. I did catch the Stephen King thing, though, and now I may be resuming Dreamcatcher for the next sprint. Lovely. Ooh, Anne says that, you know, she's doing the scavenger hunt. I'm so glad. I know quite a few people ended up doing that one, which I was just pleased because I was nervous that people might not do it. For Wheel of Time, the new audio is because of the TV show. I'm going to wait for her to have the whole series read before I buy her version. Okay, got to have them all. Got to catch them all. Any Pokemon people out there? / Pokemon people, actually. I feel like now I'm saying Pokemon's canon, which, anyway. I'm doing bingo. I think I'll get a full board, letting the books count for multiple. Yeah, Jasper, sounds good. That's what I'm going to be doing, too. I'm doing the map, and will hopefully be able to make the round trip. I believe in you, Sarah. You can do it. I'm only doing the bingo board passively since the board and the map are more of a priority. Yeah, sounds good. Kind of like focus on your priorities, and then if you get a bingo, then that's just an extra boon. Wheel of Time will be on the docket for me once I, 1, finish my journey on this board, 2, finish the Mistborn trilogy. P.S. I might do the To Be Rolled board game as well to finish my adventure early. Yeah. So yeah, for those of you who like aren't sure, like if you end up finishing anything early, you can certainly do that. Or if there's a board you really enjoyed, I don't plan on doing anything with these worksheets, like hiding them away into this like, you know, underground cave that I don't happen to own. They will be out in the world, so please feel free to use them other months as well. And then Maria says, whoa, that's so cool. I look forward to seeing the full chain. Yes, I'm very excited. I'm fitting my books into another readathon this week, so it's perfect. Choosing some different links between books on book 3 now. Then you are killing it. You're already halfway through if you're doing the 6-book chain. And I know there's so many. There's like Winterween happening. There's quite a few. There's Boot Camp by Tangible Reads, Courtney. So there's a lot of fun happening. Yesterday, hello, Rally, I said I was going to only read my TBR I own this year. And then today, got another audio, another library, and bought a book. So there goes that. You know, it happens to the best of us. And as long as you're happy with it, then go ahead, continue buying books, continue supporting your library. I mean, I'm never going to tell you not to do that. So I think those are all wins. I just made up my own challenge of reading down my Kindle books. You could do it, Neva. You have a lot, though. I'm not going to lie, but I believe in you. That's something for future readathons. For every 200 pages, I could count for another prompt. Like 1,000 pages covers 5 prompts. Since a lot of readathons end up discouraging chunky books, that is amazing. That's a really great idea. So like, for instance, yeah, like maybe doing like 100 or 200 pages allows you potential to use that many prompts if a book counts for it. I really like that. That's smart. Actually, I looked it up, and the record for most subscribers with 0 content is over 3 million. What is this? What? What is this?
Let's get him to 4.
Yeah, like, get him to 4. There we go.
Yep.
Why stop there? Let's aim for the moon. That is so funny. Yeah, do it through StreamYard, not directly through YouTube. Yes, Brie. And then we have, I'm going to eat wine and cheese during the next sprint, since we're talking food here. I support this. That sounds a lovely way to end your evening and relax in the last sprint, because it will be our last one, by the way, just because then we can be very proud in saying that we have done 3 hours of reading tonight, because 60 minutes happened to win, even though I did see some people who took the 30-minute option where I said 30 for the love of, which I thought I was funny. I was going through YouTube via my phone, and that's okay. Yes. So we got you, Anne. I'm doing the game board, Maria. I am reading a book that is a pick from the bottom shelf. Yes, you are, Glenda. Woohoo! You can do it. Eating cinnamon red vines. So soft. Yes, everyone, let us know what you're eating. What's going on here? Make us all hungry and jealous. I love OBS for the visuals, but having friends is so hard. Yeah, Neva agrees. I've been thinking about making booktube videos, so this info is all very helpful, useful. It is helpful too. I don't know why I threw that adjective in there. If I do start soon. Yeah, Maria, honestly, let us know if you have any other questions or if you need help. We have gladly helped others with starting their booktubes because this is a lovely community, and why wouldn't you want to join us?
My best advice is just do it.
Yeah.
Just start.
Exactly.
Don't think about it, just do it.
And honestly, you like what I did, which I thought was really helpful, is there's a lot of YouTube videos, even booktube videos that break down what you might want to know before you start a booktube. Like just small things like, hey, have you got this listed out? Have you done this? Have you set this up before? Just like small things to kind of keep in mind, which I kind of grounded me because it can be a bit daunting. So yeah. I used to stream on Twitch. I just need to start using the timer Leandra does so I can change backgrounds. Oh, yeah. Feel free to use that timer because it's nesto.cc is the one that I'm using today. And you do have to have like a login, but that's it. Everything's free. There's nothing else. You can adjust everything. And I found it very easy. And yeah, it's pretty great. 6 with free. Okay, thanks, Coda. Yeah, so it's 6, which is quite a bit. We don't even have 6 people here, so there we go. And then I bought Magnolia Parks today. Gonna give it a try. The app that shows up has a lot of negative reviews. I don't see an actual StreamYard app. There is a StreamYard app on your phone, but it only allows for guests. So you can't host on your phone with StreamYard, but you can be a guest on others. At least the version I have that I saw, because I've had to edit on my computer before, and so I've had to join other people's sprints on my phone, and so the app has been helpful for me that way. Only just noticed your idea. I actually think that's me too. It's a great idea. That's really smart. And like a great kind of cap motivator for you. And you can just personally apply that to any readathon if you wanted to. Yes, doing a poison study buddy read. If it goes well, might continue with the series. Drinking orange juice. Honestly, yeah, more. You're still recuperating. I support that. Oh, I thought Dreamcatcher was a gory good time. And then I finished the roll game board. So now I am on the scavenger hunt. Woohoo, Rally, you were just pushing through. And thank you, Jean. I appreciate it. Yeah, so for those of you who may have joined the stream, you did get a bit of an ad beforehand, but I promise it's only one. I'm not one of those streamers who will suddenly give you an ad in the middle. That's happened to me before as a viewer, where suddenly there's an ad and I'm like startled out of my reading. So I promise it will only happen at the beginning and then we're good. I promise I won't bombard anyone with that. But thanks, Jean, for the congratulations. Hello, I'm a Pokemon trainer who is trying to obtain the pacifier while passing over the lake. You can do it. And the pacifier is a pretty easy one where you just have to read a children's book, I'm pretty sure. So you can very easily do it. I love the library so very much. Me too. The library is the best place in the world. I had a 10-pound Waterstones voucher, so I had to buy books, of course. I bought 4 books. Oops, Maria, we won't tell anyone. Don't worry. Your secret's safe here on the internet where everyone can watch it. Hi, all. Hello, Alyssa. How are you? I am passively doing the bingo board as I'm doing a trial this year where I set fortnightly TBRs instead of monthly. I may switch to weekly. Honestly, yeah, I've heard of people doing that, and it can be really helpful because it allows a bit more breadth. You're not being restricted to like a 30-day limit of reading those books. So yeah, that's pretty smart. The next sprint is going to be a shower sprint. Yes, Bree, woohoo, get clean. Love it. Sometimes it takes me a little bit to finally take that shower, but then you feel good afterwards. I need to get my library books and return them, but I've been using the audiobook app a lot. Yeah, I mean, I am someone who lives and breathes the audiobook, like Libby and Hoopla. If your library happens to have it, it's amazing. Both of those are great. I'm doing TBRathon in part to get the themed Pokemon. Yes, Meredith so kindly created a very special Pokemon for my readathon, which I really appreciated. And it's very cute. I will tell you, I got a sneak peek and it's 100% worth it, but I might be biased. I'm also doing Adventureathon. Yes, I knew that was happening. I'm doing a Hitchhiker's read along and considering joining a Red Rising one if I can get it in. Nice. I want to join the Hitchhikers read along too. I'm just trying to get all my borrowed Kindle books off my Kindle. You can do it, Jean. Yes. Focus on your own goals. I believe in you. I'm pumped for the new year, so I'm starting my reading goal off strong. Yes, Jasper, you are. I know, like you've already done so well. Stuck at 6 books on my Kindle borrowed because I don't feel like reading any of them. You know what? That's okay. Sometimes you got to mood read. A goal can push into February. I know it's hard if you don't want it to, but it can do that. Hello, Linz. Thanks for hanging out with us. Oh my gosh. You made it for our final sprint, which I appreciate. Hope everyone's having a great weekend. I think we are. I think we're all hanging out, having a good time. Unless, I guess someone can tell me, no, actually, Leandra, I'm having a horrible time, then please go ahead. You can have the floor. This can turn into a venting session. We're all here to support each other. Okay? This is a safe space. That's what I did. I did start with sprints, and then I did some BookTube newbie tech. Yes, that's right, Carissa. You started as a sprinter too. I've hit my limit for reading focus for today after being sick, so I'm signing off and going to watch Big Bang Theory. Yes, more you do that. Please enjoy. Thanks for sprints, but bouncing off. I'm tired and still recovering from the ick. Yeah, understandable, exhausted flamingo. Thanks for being here for so long. Really, genuinely. By the time we get stable enough internet, I may feel ready to start hosting reading sprints. Yes, I'm always looking for them when no one is sprinting. Yeah, you can maybe, yeah, that's what you need to be. You need to be that voice. You need to be that booktuber who is sprinting when no one else is. Yes, Brie, I am. It's crazy. Thank you so much. Yeah, it happened so fast. Everyone has been so kind and so supportive during this readathon. A lot of it also is thanks to Get a Clue readathon. So Rainy out there in the abyss, I appreciate her so much. And so yeah, it's very nice. And then I focused on my longest books. And while my TBR is 15 books more than last year, it is only like 1,000 pages more because I've read most of my longest books. I love a good chunky book though. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. And also thank you, Carissa. Thanks so much. Thank you, Coda. Also, Carissa is hosting sprints tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Katie, I believe you are as well. Right? So we've got 2 TBRathon sprints happening in the morning. We also have Nicole's
and at night. I'll be taking over the night shift for everybody.
Exactly. She's going to be doing those long night hours for us, even though it's going to be daytime for Nicole. But
it's nighttime for me, but it's nighttime for everybody else.
Yeah, so make sure we all spread the love. Make sure you go on all 3 of their channels to kind of sprint, hop, and hang out. For my Pokemon pacifier, I'm reading Old Possum's book of Practical Cats, a fun children's poetry book about cats being cats. I love cats being cats, by T.S. Eliot. Also the inspiration for the Cats musical. What?
Oh.
I didn't know that
Well,
the Cats musical. I guess that kind of makes sense. Who would have thought of cats just in their mind? It had to be an adaptation, I suppose. Yeah, that's quite funny. I'm very excited that the new library that I have is only a 5-minute walk. Oh, it's even walkable. That is awesome. I so wish mine was with, I've got to drive a car too to get to mine. I will also be heading to bed. Totally cool, Steph. I hope to read more tomorrow afternoon after work. Yes, totally. And then you know who you can hang out with? Carissa from Lovable Reader and Katie from I Would Rather Be Reading. And if you are staying up into the evening, Nicole from Dusty Book Sniffers. That's right. I'm advertising. So there you go. And that's not even monetized. I'm advertising for free because they're all my friends. I know what you mean. It's a lot easier now. Yeah, 100%. Thank you, Steph. I really appreciate you for hanging out with us from the beginning. And also, thanks, Alyssa. I appreciate the congratulations. Okay, so before I switch the timer over, I want to be sure, is everyone going to hang out? If not, I would like you to be able to advertise yourself one last time, do an elevator pitch. No? Okay. Looks like I haven't scared anyone off, which is lovely. Okay, so in that case, let's switch the screens over so that we're all little tiny babies again. And I will see everyone in 60 minutes. If you have to leave us, don't worry about it. Thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you for commenting if you have. But if you haven't been commenting and you've just enjoyed watching, that is also lovely. So thank you so much. We'll be seeing some of you in 60 minutes. Hello, everyone, and welcome back after our last sprint. I have to say that these 4 lovely ladies just sent me the best messages ever. They're so nice. So I'm feeling all the cozy, happy vibes. Thank you all for joining us. We'll make sure to go through the comments too. But I wanted to ensure that everyone knew how amazing these 4 people are. I just met them in the last year, and I'm so grateful for it. To go around, Brooklyn, I don't know if you remember, but you were the first person whose sprints you invited me on. And so begun my sprinting journey. So thank you so much, Brooklyn. Nicole, I met you through sprints as well, probably on Brooklyn's channel, but also Neva's, and you graciously let me on yours. I met Julie and Katie only recently in the past few months, but it's been amazing. Julie and I have Brittany from Brittany Loves Reading to thank because we both were guests on Brittany's sprints one lovely evening, unintentional, and now we're the best of friends. And then Katie and I ended up being Get a Clue co-hosts with Rainy. So I think Katie and I have Rainy to thank. So honestly, the love just continues. I've mentioned booktubers who aren't even on screen, and so it just kind of goes to show you that it's just its own chain of finding friends, and it's really lovely. So thank you all so much for being here. I am without words. On that note, in the final sprint, I ended up reading 2 chapters, and then I got to the point where this is kind of taking a turn. I just got really mushy, and now I'm going to let you all know that they discovered the bones. They found the dead body. So here we are. Bit of change in tone, it's fine. And then I ended up kind of chatting with various lovely people on Instagram and getting those sorted. So that's what I did. But what did you all do? Nicole, how did you do?
I did really well, apart from chatting in Instagram. I've only got 5 pages to go on this book, so yeah, I'll finish that up, in the next 10 minutes after sprints and all the rest of it. So yeah, but yeah, no, I've had a very successful sprints tonight. Finished almost 2 books, so yeah.
Ooh, and Katie, what did you do?
You guys. Listen, I don't disappoint. You know how I like very much describe myself as like chaos, right? I feel like I'm like a mess, but like in a what appears to be a chill, put together person. What a joke. So I read a little, and again, still loving this book. It's super fun. I'm invested so far. I'm probably going to stay up too late reading it. Why not? Why not at this point, you know? But I was cooking like the last thing of my day, right? So excited, great. But I had this moment, and you guys know what I'm talking about, where I was like, oh, I'm just going to go do something real quick. I'll be right back. And then I had that moment where I was like, oh, my food. And it all burnt. Will the pan recover? Who knows? And so I'm just like, you know what? Perfect. So see, funny story about my life. Anyways, let's move on, Julie. No.
I do that all the time, Katie. I do it with pasta all the time, or I put pizza to reheat it in the air fryer, and then I come back and it's just black. And it's like, so I'm not eating pizza today, or pasta.
Yeah, or like, can I scrape enough of it off where it looks like normal food? Like, that's the question.
It's
Katie, I think you are what we describe as neutral chaos, right? So you're not evil chaos, but you are neutral chaos. And you know what? You wear it well. We appreciate the anecdotes, and it makes me feel better because I also tend to burn my food if I even cook. A lot of times I purposely eat food I don't have to cook, so I don't have to do that at all. But Julie, how did you do? Did you burn anything? Let us know.
Luckily I did not burn anything. I wasn't super productive. I did read a chapter of this, but then I was writing out my to-do list, and I just sort of started watching some booktube content at the top of my watch later list, because that's a never-ending rabbit hole. So I got started on that and was watching videos from a while ago, and just kind of started to like wind down because it's like 11 o'clock here, so I'm getting kind of tired.
I know. I'm ready for sprints to be over too, because I'll be going to bed soon as well. So I feel you, Julie. Brooklyn, how did you do?
I wasn't very productive either. I had a lunch sprint, so I had some lunch and I didn't burn it because I got takeaway. So it was, yeah, I had Subway. And yeah, I just kind of spent the rest of it on TikTok. So really not productive, but a bit chill.
Yeah, we all need an unwinding sprint, and usually it is the last one because we're all kind of like, we did our productivity, we're done for the day, it's fine. Let me go through the comments quick. I know that Amal had joined us, which I really appreciate because I think Amal's also traveling, so it's really kind of you to be like, you're like away visiting like family and things. And I know that also it was very early for you. I just woke up. I think that there was another message where Amal said that it was 6:30 a.m. And I was like, yeah, no, that's not the time for me to be reading. I would be sleeping. And then Jasper continued saying, I picked Old Possum's book of practical cats because there is a random letter generator prompt in Adventure-a-thon. I got O and randomly found this book. I instantly knew I needed it in my life. Yeah, it does have an amazing name. And then Tangible Reads, Courtney joined us. She's also the host of Boot Camp Readathon. So if you're interested in adding another readathon to your plate, I highly recommend you check it out. A few co-hosts who are part of this are also doing TBRathon. I was going to say, we've got Nicole over here. I know Nell Diamond too. And so, yeah, we've got people who are juggling everything. And honestly, all the world to you. You guys are superheroes. I'm going to bed or going to read for a bit in bed, but it's nearly 3 a.m. I was going to say, it's Maria, one of your messages, she's gone already, but I'm still going to talk to her as if she's here. And she had like the pound symbol. And I was like, you're using pounds, you're in the UK. What are you doing? And so I 100% understand why she went to bed. And then also Paula had finished her editing, uploaded, which we love to see. So let's all make sure that we support her and her content when it finally comes out. And she went to bed as well. And then we have Anne who said, I finished my book. Ended up being 2 stars though. Oh no, you know what? On to bigger and brighter things. Hopefully your next read, at least you're starting with the bar pretty low. So I hope you end up having a better read next time. Scratch that 1 star. Oh my gosh. Had some triggers for me, but was still a good story plot. You know what though? Content warnings, triggers, depending on how harmful the content is, I've given a book 1 star because of like harmful ideas, even if a plot impresses me. I think it was 2 years ago. One of my most disappointing reads was a mystery plot that I was so impressed with, but there were so many like content warnings and horrible things that I couldn't even talk about as far as like derogatory use, because it was also a classic mystery set in the 40s, written in the 40s. Here we are. And I was like, you know what? I refuse. Like this book should not have been republished. Let the editions that exist be there, but we did not need to make more of them in the world. So I understand that. I'm heading to bed now that all the kids are asleep. Yes, perfect time. Cousin sleepovers are fun, and I let them stay up late telling scary stories. Core memories being formed. I'm off to read myself to sleep now. Sounds good, Bethany. I'll have to check in with her and ask what those scary stories were because, yeah, that'd be fun. Time for bed for Sarah too, but got nearly 200 pages read today. Honestly, so happy to be hosting. So glad that you've been productive. Meanwhile, Becca had the sweetest, cutest message ever. Just a flyby wish of good luck to all the sprinters. I've never seen something like this before, and Becca, you're probably not here, but that was lovely to see. Glenda finished reading The High Desert, a memoir, my first book of the TBRathon. Woohoo! And it's a nonfiction. Like, I'm still so impressed by that. Read 4 chapters. Thanks for making this possible. Of course. I'm so glad that people are enjoying it and enjoyed these sprints. Of course, Purple Dragonfly, finished my graphic novel and finished the first chapter of Poison Study. 4 chapters altogether. That is still amazing. And also, you weren't here the entire time, so that is super productive for when you were here. Of course, Jamie got to 45% in my audiobook, America Fantastica, and am almost caught up with my crochet genre blanket. Yes! You'll have to stay on that. I know that can become overwhelming very quickly. I met, oh my gosh, met you, Leandra, on Nicole's sprints. I met Brooklyn during Get a Clue. I met the other 2 ladies just now and have followed. This is lovely. Yes, I love this. Thanks, Anne, for sharing that. I'm so glad that you were able to make connections with all of us. If it wasn't before, it is now for Katie and Julie. I love it. I have about 60 pages left. I may finish tonight. Thanks for the sprints. Always a great time. Yeah, of course, Kelsey. Thanks so much for being here. You're going to be on my channel soon as well. For those of you who join us in later Saturdays. Of course, Jamie, thanks for being here. Got 5% further in. A breath of snow and ashes. Dishes done. Ate dinner. Oh my gosh. So productive to the point where if you wanted to, maybe you don't need to be productive for the rest of the night. I don't know. You decide your own adventure on that one. And thank you, Brooklyn, for hanging out with us because, you know, having a lovely name as Brooklyn Reads, of course, you're going to be one of our favorite chatters. So thanks for hanging out. I still have to check out your channel.
Yeah, I actually checked out Brooklyn's channel during one of the last sprints, and she has such a cool channel. And one of the videos was she was like saying stuff like, what was it called? You just have to go check out her channel. It's really good. She has some really cool video ideas, and yeah, it was so good.
Leaving us wanting more. I love it. It's all part of the plan. Okay, Brooklyn, I'll make sure to check out Brooklyn's channel. I said I was going to, and I didn't get to it because I've just been distracted, but I'll make sure to do it when we all kind of sign off for the night. Thanks for the sprints. Got 122 more pages into The Grapes of Wrath, and I am now officially halfway through. Awesome. And it's a classic. Finished Hidden in Snow and read 63 pages of Warnilla. Ooh, Sherry, I've never heard of that second book. I finished up part 2 in Red Sky and Morning, which brings me to about 100 pages total tonight. Oh my gosh, that's awesome. Very happy with my progress tonight. You should be, Gabby. I mean, I'm impressed. You just saw my reaction. Thanks to all of you for co-hosting. I just started Robert Van Gulick's The Chinese Gold Murders for his Judge D series. Ooh, JL, let me know your thoughts on it because I haven't heard of that series, but it sounds very interesting. Finished Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Amazing, Jasper. Haven't gathered all my thoughts yet, but one sentiment stands out above the rest. That was fun. Honestly, I'm not surprised. Like, I had so much fun. I only read about, I think 20 or 30 pages, and I was like, this is my kind of book. So I got to get back into that. Took a shower and finished editing my unhaul video. Awesome, Brie. I'm so glad that you were productive and now you kind of feel clean going to bed. That's the best feeling, is when you can feel as though you can get under the sheets without soiling them further. Also, reminder, Katie, I'm sure if you're here, then you are already subscribed to Leandra, but if you aren't, please do so. Thanks, Katie. Oh my gosh, it's so nice of you. Yeah, so make sure all 5 of us, that's the theme of the day here. So make sure all 5 of us are in your subscribers list because we always post. We post all the time. We do sprints. So again, all 4 of these ladies do sprints as well. So like if you enjoyed tonight, you know that they've got the content that you would enjoy.
You hype us up so much. So we have to, you got to get it back. You know what I mean? Like you talk so much about literally everyone else and you're joining everyone's sprints for TBRathon. Like you do so much. So we get to hype you up too, guys. You know what I mean? Like it's well-deserved, honestly. You give the support and we feel the same way about you. So while, yes, you should subscribe to all of us because we're pretty cool, pretty awesome, I think. But, we got to also give it back to you. Anyways.
Thank you all so much. This is why you're all my friends, because we just hype each other up. This is the way BookTube is. We're meant to hype each other up, hype up the books we're reading and everything under the sun. So yeah, thanks so much for that. Coda, hope everyone had a great day. We did, and you've had a busy day. Another reminder that we should go check out Coda's debut. Is it Storytime with Sid? Is that the one? Or oh no, Nicole, you're what is it called?
Yeah,
you
just
did.
It was Storytime with Sid and with MJ as well. Reading This Life is MJ's channel.
Okay, perfect. One of my current books is my random letter book for Adventure-a-thon, another one. Metazoa, a nonfiction about how we got to self-awareness from basic life biology. Ooh, that's so interesting. That kind of reminds me of a book. It's called Transcendence by Gaia Vince. That one is nonfiction and talks about the progression of human society. Honestly, it was amazing. It took me a long time to read, but it was worth it. I didn't read a thing. Totally fine, Carissa. You're hosting sprints tomorrow, as is Katie, as is Nicole. It's all remember. I did catch up on some BookTube videos, though. productivity. So did Brooklyn. So yeah, and I did that before the spritz. So we're feeling good about it. Still reading Animal Farm. About 45 minutes left. Oh my gosh, Christina, you are so close. And thank you for being here. Thank you, Carissa, for being here. Those in the comments, honestly, you make it even more fun than we could all be chatting on screen. We could just be Zooming each other. But the fact that we're doing this on the internet so you all could participate as well, it's dependent on you participating. So thank you guys in the comments. Thank you, Leandra and friends, for the sprints tonight. I think both Katie and Nicole will be hosting. Yeah, Glenda, we got some more promotion in the comments. Always can count on you. Thank you so much for that. Finished A Little Princess and gave it 3 stars. The generous use of queer as a description got annoying after a while. Okay, good to know. And put away my journal for the night, and we'll pick it up again tomorrow. Sounds good. I'm glad that you ended your night on journaling, at least, Chrissy. Yes, Nicole. Wink, wink. And also, Chris, you can't see it here, but Chris did give me a donation, I think that you would call
Super
it.
chat.
Yeah,
It's
a
called
super chat.
Yeah.
Okay, then thank you, Chris. You're so kind. And this isn't the first time Chris has done this. So if everyone can just send positive vibes, or whenever you see Chris in the chat, whether it's on my channel or elsewhere, just say hello, because I can't thank you enough. That's so kind
Chris
of you.
is a huge supporter of all our channels, always being in the chat and keeping the conversation going. So yeah.
Yeah. We love you so much, Chris. I don't know if we say it enough, but thank you so much for being here and always supporting us in various ways. I honestly don't know when I met you, Leandra. Maybe Neva. I know, Brie. You're a bit of a mystery, aren't you? You just feel like a fixture in my BookTube life. Oh, you too, Brie. I know that I think I knew you before you knew me. I was a bit of a fan, if I can admit that, because I participated in Amazing Readathon as well, which is obviously this big thing. I say obviously because everyone here should know that she hosts Amazing Readathon, which is happening in June this year. So yeah, I think that I was a bit of a fangirl before we became friends. Woo! Shows everyone that anything is possible. Fans can become friends with their mental celebrities as well. Yes, thank you. We also have the 10 a.m. EST. So yeah, and also in the Discord, I made sure to actually include timestamps that should be for the world clock. So depending on your time zone, and because Katie is happening at the same time as Carissa, you can see that as the time zone. And honestly, please sprint hop. Have both of them on time at the same time and support both channels, because yeah, there's no reason you should only be sticking to one person's channel, especially when sprinting's happening. And then Kat, in reminding me that dinner is in an hour, just broke a glass bowl all over the kitchen. No, Jasper, this is not the way we want to end this sprint. I'm so sorry. I will say,
Cats are so demanding though. When they want their dinner, they're so demanding. And I like the ones. I like watching those videos where you see them. They're sitting on the counter and they push their bowl and they keep pushing it and they keep pushing it and then they push it off just to get your attention.
Yes, I saw this one where you can see they're recording and the person's like, "Don't do it," and the cat is making direct eye contact, stops, does it anyway, and I'm like, you gotta respect that though, kind of. I can't. I love cats so much for that. And then, of course, Brooklyn, we'll definitely all go check you out. So please know that is a promise. And Brooklyn already has, so she's making us sad.
The video is a roast of her 2023 least favorite books, so it's very funny.
It's so unique, yeah.
It's a fun way to go about hating on books. I think that's so cool.
Well, I love that. Yeah, that's awesome. So now Nicole and Brooklyn are making us look bad because Nicole's also subscribed. So Brooklyn, we promise we're going to check you out. And and Katie, Julie, we need to catch up. They're making us in the blue shirts. We're being called out.
We're falling behind.
Yes, we're falling behind. We gotta go. That sounds awesome. The roasting idea, because I didn't do a worst books this year because I wasn't really feeling it. But to make it fun that way, I could see myself doing that. Yeah. By the way, I love about sprints that we can see the hosts' faces. I've been doing reading events for years online where I still don't know what my fellow admins look like. You might see our faces too much. We are happy to have you see our faces. So that's interesting to know, Jamie, that's also a trend because I didn't realize that. Thanks for the sprints, everyone. I'm off to bed. Sounds good, Gabby. I hope you have a lovely night's sleep. Thanks for being here. Sprints with Sid this morning and interview chat with MJ earlier, both on my YouTube page. That's right. So we can go check out on your YouTube for playlist appearances. Wink, wink. I love that. I like celebrity appearances is what you're making. I love it. Yes, amazing. Chris is the best, genuinely. Let me actually like highlight a little bit more. You see that, Chris? You are amazing. Thank you for being here. And then Glenda says, have a good day or night wherever you are. See you all next time, maybe tomorrow. Yes, Glenda, see you then. Can't wait. Hope all of you have a fantastic night. You too, Chris. Thanks for being here. And then yes, thank you, Coda. Feelings mutual. Because Coda's also amazing. Like we could go off on all of the people in the comments right now because everyone's the best. Neva's the best. Good night, Neva. Thanks for being here. There's 2 more comments that I'll go through. I went ahead and subscribed to Brooklyn too. Yay! Oh my gosh, I hope we've made Brooklyn's day, and all because Brooklyn commented and took the time. So thank you, Brooklyn, for being here and taking a chance on all of us. Good evening, everyone. Hey, Deborah. Oh my gosh, you're late to the game, but that's okay. I've been listening. I'm still working on The Wind-Up Girl. I'm 51% done and I'm enjoying the book. That's amazing, Deborah. I hope that if you choose to continue reading it tonight or today, that it continues to be good. Yes,
Don't forget to watch the replay too. You can always watch the replay if you want to continue sprinting.
That's true. We can just keep you going. We do get a little bit chatty, but I think the chat's worth it because we have fun.
I'm surprised by how many people actually watch the replay. Like, I genuinely was like, oh, nobody does that. But I've seen so many people be like, no, I do. And I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah,
like you want to
go
hear
back
me
and
say
watch
the
the
same things
replays
again?
because a lot of sprints happen while I'm asleep, so I'll go and watch the replay. I might shorten the chatty bit down a little bit, but if it's an interesting conversation, I'll definitely sit there and listen to it and just use it as a normal video and then read when the sprint starts. So yeah.
Oh yeah, that honestly, and especially when you're like doing things around, you can have it in the background. I kind of there are days when I realize that there are no sprints happening, and I'm like, how do I function? Like, what am I going to do? No one's going to be monitoring me. So I totally get that. Yeah. And then thank you, everyone. I hope you all have a lovely night. We'll end it here. But yeah, please keep a lookout for everyone's channels, everyone's content. I'll be sprinting more. I already told you everyone who's sprinting on Sunday. I'm back on Monday to do sprints at 2 p.m., which may not work for some people, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So that's going to be probably the early morning for our Australians.
About 3 a.m. 2, 3
Yeah,
a.m.
so if
something
you're
like
a bit
that.
of a night owl, then you can join us. But other than that, we'll end it here. So thanks, everyone. See you next time. Bye.